That'd be a good idea. I'm not a smart person. Chris, you torture me with these start times? Hey, fuck it. We're live at the same time every day. Or, you know, that's a big lie considering I'm an hour late. I have work in like 1.5 hours. Hey, fuck it. Give everybody a little bit to get in here and then we'll get it started. What up, Enrage? Got some Soares games in on Grand Blue. That's good shit. Here comes justice. Well, where we left off yesterday was kind of, I don't want to say a weird spot, but it was definitely an interesting spot. However, let me finish on my ravioli. Ah, we have some music to accompany us. So, a couple things I want to talk about. Recently went back and watched the streams since yesterday. Like, I was a little bit slow on the uptake for Zach's reveal as the first victim in the whole game. And looking at it again because I started looking at all the pictures of the Gramarys together. It's very clear that Lamaror is Trucy's mom, and she just doesn't remember her for whatever reason. Because you look at her and it's like, oh, she's got these like interesting hair things on the side of her like shoulders, on the side of her head, and then you look at the picture of a Trucy's or the Gramarys as a troop, and you're like, oh hey, she kind of has the same hairstyle, huh? And then it makes sense because, you know, she was pretty adept at performing a magic trick while blind. Kind of like she had prior practice of it. So that one, I think, is a nice hidden reveal, if that ends up being the case. But as of right now, it's the only thing that makes sense. But either way, we won't know unless we press forward. That being said, hello, Exalted, Ace, Dennis, Mr. Stars, man. Let's get into it. So, we can start over 7 years ago, or we can go to the past. Wait, what? No, this is 7 years ago over here. We can go to the present day. I got mixed up by the button. I was like, what? But yeah, 7 years ago, and then we can go to the, well, we can only go 7 years ago right now. Because it's the only thing that has some shit. But, what have you done so far this stream? I have done absolutely nothing. We've been live for 4 minutes, and in those 4 minutes, I ate some ravioli. And that's about it. Yeah, also her maternal instincts towards Trucy. That's also correct. Trucy and Machi both. Ravioli, ravioli. The nightmare trial was over, and the new nightmare of figuring out what had happened had just begun. So, finally caught up on the VOD. Welcome to the present, Jewel. My God. I wanted to wake up to walk away, but I figured I'm the only one who could do this, probably. And besides, I had plenty of time. Thanks to the Bar Association Review Board's decision. It's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away. This, like, so, this is going to be, and I'm going to state it right now, the one thing that is going to make or break the overall plot of this game is why Kristoff does what he does, right? If Kristoff is literally just doing this, because I need to beat Phoenix right now, the Ace Attorney under the fence, I'm gonna fucking hate it, okay? If that ends up being the case, I'm going to be so upset. But if it's something cool, like Phoenix accidentally got him or somebody close to him locked up, then that's going to be okay. But if it ends up being, I literally only held a grudge against Phoenix, right? Then I'm going to be upset. Fair warning. 7 years ago, Wright & Co. law offices. Alright, so this is a flashback from the 7 years ago trial. Any cuties doing illegal shit in chat? Both of those sounded really lame. Yeah, but one I lean more on as like, okay, that's fine. Because at that point where we're just recycling motives for why the evil prosecutor / person in the court is doing something against Phoenix. But I really don't have too many issues with that. Or I don't have too many issues with one of those options. But if one of them is literally just, I'm doing it literally just to beat Phoenix, right? Then I'm going to be upset. Hey, Trucy, there's something we need to talk about. It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. We need to start thinking about your future. Also, shout out to the old office. Hello, what have I missed so far? Literally nothing, CJ. We just got started doing some stuff in the Mason system. I did some calling around. This is hard to say, but you have no living relatives. So, I was wondering if you wanted to stay with me for a while. Just until your daddy comes home. It won't be long. 7 fucking years later. What's up, Mark? I hope. Of course, it's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you'd like. I can look up some places you might like to stay at. This is so weird. Mr. Attorney, Daddy told me about you. He said I could trust you. Huh? Really? So if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family? Huh? I guess so. Getting weirder. Mr. Attorney? Actually, why don't you call me Nick? Or you can call me Daddy if you like. It doesn't have to be today or anything. Okay, say Daddy? That was quick. If I move here, I have to switch schools, right? I gave myself a paper cut. No. I was wondering why my thumb was itchy, but damn it. If I move here, I have to switch schools, right? And I was thinking, I haven't paid for lunches at my last school for a year. No! Phoenix is perpetually broke. No! So thanks, Daddy. Oh, in this office, it's a little blah. A little color goes a long way, you know. Oh, and Daddy? You got fired from work, right? Yo! Don't you worry one bit. I'll work twice as hard. We'll make it through this. Okay. Trissy, how old are you? Oh, I'm 8. But don't let appearances deceive you. I'm a young professional. Stick with me and you'll do just fine, Daddy. Thanks. How do I feel like that she's already in charge? Oh, you can end search. Okay. So instead of move, it's end search. Right. This makes sense. So, you got fired from being a lawyer, right? You could at least kind of look aside or something when you say that. It's actually kind of hard for me, for Daddy. Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. Wait, is that foolish pride? My other daddy used to talk about that. Actually, that's pretty accurate. So here's my idea. We'll make a new office. Law just seems so stiff, doesn't it? And no one will be my friend at school that way. Well, that won't do, I guess? I just don't know much about anything other than law. Or even much about law, if you were to ask some people. Phoenix, you gotta stop downplaying yourself. Damn it, man. Maybe the problem is calling it an office. We should run an agency instead. You mean, like a talent agency? Forgive me for asking, but doesn't that require talent? You've got me, don't you? I'm a professional. A professional? Yep, after all, I am directly descended from the famous Zack Gramarye. Directly descended? He's your father. Oh, and now I'm directly descended from the famous Phoenix Wright, too. I think an 8-year-old just massaged my ego. Aw, he's cute. Could you tell me a bit more about your daddy, or Zack? Daddy? Sure thing, Daddy. Which daddy was that again? He's so amazing. The biggest star of Troop Gramarye. And they're big. The Gramaryes. They were on television a lot. Haven't seen them on much recently, come to think of it. I love these sprites. Yeah, young Trucy's, like, it's very much clear that this is, or it's very clear that she is really cute, just from, like, the hat being slightly off tilt, hands on hips, closed eyes smile. The only thing I think I haven't seen yet is the little fucking, is the little bounce that 15-year-old Trucy has. I never played Hat in Time. We're doing it right now. Once they made a giant waterfall right there on the stage. And this giant trout swam up the giant waterfall. Let me guess, there was a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top? I wish I could have seen more of his magic. I shouldn't have brought it up so soon. Music's about to kick back in, don't worry, Phoenix. She's strong. I wonder what'll happen to me with Mommy and Daddy both gone. Mommy? Yeah, what about Mommy? I haven't heard anything about Trucy's mother. Oh, yeah, no. I hope we don't talk about Lammeror literally ever again. But I have my magic and a great daddy, even if he is unemployed. Yo, you could have left that last part out? Daly's just gave me an M200. Pogger. You know, I think things are going to be okay. Yeah, bounce back. I wonder if she'll talk about her mother. Yeah. The professional. So, Trucy, you're a professional? Yes, it's like that thing they say. Baby frogs grow up to be frogs? They say that? I always thought it was funny, though. What was? Aren't baby frogs called tadpoles? Maybe they thought it would be easier to understand that way for kids. How stupid. Right. So, in conclusion, you're a professional magician, Trucy. That's right. Well, want to see a trick? Yeah, at this point, the 15-year-old Trucy would have, like, the bounce, right? Like, the hands behind back, bouncing up and down, or the, like, the slight bounce. You're going to do a magic trick? Fuck it. Go ahead, show me. Actually, I would like to see your trick. The future of the agency depends on it, after all. That's the spirit. Ready? Here goes. Ta-da! Put him away!
Hey folks, it's Mr. Hat. I gotta say, it's good to be seen.
How long have you had this thing? Whoa, that was startling. Yeah, you can see her operate it because she isn't like as used to it. She's getting used to this trick. That's cute. That's a nice little touch. The amazing Mr. Hat. Isn't he great?
Your friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat, at your service.
He certainly makes an impression. Doesn't he? I'm so glad you like him, Daddy.
Though my routines do get a bit heady at times. Ha! Get it? Heady?
My friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat nearly gave me a heart attack. Where does she keep him hidden? In the cape. Mandem is literally just posted up under the cape. Alright. Could you tell me about your mom? If it's okay. Mommy was so pretty. She was like an angel up on stage. On stage? You mean with your daddy? Yep. She was always there with Zack and Valent, smiling. But then she went away. Went away? Where'd she go? It was a grand illusion. But she made a mistake. She vanished, and I guess she didn't know how to get back. Maybe so. I cried then a lot. That's when Daddy gave me this. Here. Oh, just a locket. Damn. This is Lammeror? She's beautiful. Her name's Thalassa. Thalassa Gramarye. Poor girl, I didn't know her mom had gone missing. And now her dad's vanished too, right before her eyes. Hey, Daddy, you won't... Don't worry. I won't vanish, I promise. Right, you can't even do magic. You're like a backup plan. Dog, Trucy, what the fuck? Daddy always said to have a backup plan. I guess all I rate as is a backup plan. Trucy's locket added to the court record. Oh, yeah, great. So we're going to prove that Lammeror is connected. Fantastic. I think that's probably enough for today. Sorry to ask you so much all at once like that. It's okay. After all, we're family. I just hope you're ready. The Right Talent Agency opens tomorrow. What? But are we representing anyone? Me and you. That makes two. I think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, you may be a magician, but I'm no talent. Oh, I'm sure there's something you're good at. Well, when you put it that way, you mean you don't have any tricks? No old standbys? This won't do. A boy should always have a trick or two in his pocket. Okay, I'll think of something. That's the spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Daddy. Put him away.
Welcome to the team, Daddy-O.
The team, right. Sometimes when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. That's how Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. To be honest, I was pretty lost those first few days. Thinking back on it, it was a pretty dark time in my life. But Trucy, happy, smiling Trucy, she was my light. So does this mark it off? Yeah, okay, it does. Alright, detention center? 7 years ago, detention center, visitors room. So who are we visiting in here? Assume, because Zack can't be here.
What strange sight doth my eyes behold?
Excuse me?
2 men on either side of a single transparent pane. Yet it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so to speak. The forger of fakes walks freely, while the innocent languishes within these plexiglass confines.
There's been no proof that I forged anything.
Nor proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits. And what, may I ask, awaits you?
A little piano and a cold little hole in the wall.
But since you are here, what shall we discuss?
Shooting of Magnifique Gramarye, for one. Who pulled that trigger, Valent or his partner, Zack? His partner vanished before the answer could be found. Going to get any closer to the truth, this is the place to start. The cash machine sound as the puppet comes out, yeah, it's pretty crazy. Parents that made a vanishing act count. Dose. Yeah, literally mom and pop just both went like, I'm out. Alright, the fateful trial.
I have to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit. That's talent.
Yeah, he made my attorney's badge disappear and he never even touched it.
Glory's spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows.
Phoenix, why are we even here? That's a good question. Why did we come here? I assume we're going to get some information because he's going to let something slip. Blue tracksuit niggas.
His very disappearance is itself a revelation.
Revealing what exactly?
Zack Gramarye killed Magnifique.
I don't think so.
It's as good as a signed confession.
That's certainly been public opinion's take on it.
I grow tired of my cage, and the time of my release is near. I must go and prepare.
Planning on jumping back into the magic right away?
As long as an audience waits with bated breath, there will be Valent. And also, yes, now that my partner has disappeared, Magnifique's repertoire is mine. Valent Gramarye has a tradition to uphold.
I mean, like, at the same time, you've kind of, like, given the entirety of your motive away. Is that true?
Seen in this light, the trial was quite good to me, verdict or no. And you can't pay for that kind of publicity.
So, blackmail. The suspicion on you hasn't lifted entirely, Valent. After all, you received one of those letters too. You are just as obligated to follow Magnifique's instruction as your partner.
Yep. So I was, but only Zack Gramarye followed them. Let us not speak any more of who shot what.
Well, no, because that's the entirety of the case, guy. We have to talk about that. That's kind of the point. I'm more interested in learning something else, actually.
What might that be?
I want to know what Magnifi had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him?
The trick up his sleeve? Perhaps you do not know.
Know what?
A great magician never reveals his secrets.
Oh, we're back at it. I didn't think it would be that easy.
The audience must remain forever in the audience, bathing in a reflected glow of the spotlight.
My Magatama, one of my most prized possessions, which I got during a certain case. You can show me the locks on people's hearts. This question remains the same. Who been doing illegal shit? This man. This man be doing murder and shit. I could smell it. Well, either way. Let's go ahead and, let's bag back. The Magatama starts it all. And the Magatama ends it. Alright, well, ooh, and they even have a nice little new Magatama icon. And I can present it from here without having to go all the way to the fucking here and then to present and then... That's a nice little change. End search here, though. Because I don't think we have nearly enough to talk about it. Talk about stuff with him there. Let's go, Defendant Lobby number 2. 7 years ago, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Didn't think I'd be back here for a while. I didn't want to have to remember that day. Are you ready? I don't want to be ready. Though I deeply regret having... Yeah, we saw this. you can't make me guilty today. I'm out. You need to be ready? Why do I need to be ready? You're scaring me. Alright, so yeah. He ain't ready for God to come back? Oh, wait. Nah, are we gonna pull up and Miles is gonna be here? Cause that'd be sick. When I came here on that fateful morning, I still had my badge. But now, like an amputated limb, I can still feel it itching. Why are we still here? Just to suffer? Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate. Hey, you there, sir. No. Not Officer Mike Meekins. No. So you mean to tell me Gumshoe comes back for approximately 5 minutes. Meekins comes back and has his own section in the Mason system. Yeah, alright. Down on the floor. Floor on your head. No. What's the big idea? My ears. No unauthorized personnel aren't allowed in here. But that would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed. I just say it like it is, sir, and it's usually wrong. Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. Meekins, no. For something to be gained, something of equal value must also be lost. That is the rule of Meekins exchange. I'm sorry, Chris, I guess Meekins can't be your top one-off characters list anymore. Yeah, how unfortunate. We've met before, haven't we? On a case, 2 years ago? No recollection of that, sir. Huh? For me, working on a case is always in the present and progressive terms, sir. Or tense. There is no past, there is only now, sir. Who let him keep the megaphone? Okay. You're the bailiff, right? Yes, sir. Kurt Bailiff, Mike Meekins, at your service. Ask me with the bailiff at this court who let the magician escape. Let me try to make this as absolutely clear as possible for you, sir. It was me, sir. But you were a regular police officer once, right? Sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir. Something tells me it's a long story. Let's not go there. So, you were in charge of security at the time of the vanishing? I'm dying over here. Oh, it's a hard knock life, sir. thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends and my girl and even my wallet. You said that already. Guess I wasn't the only victim. Alright, what's up, Meekins? Last time we met, you were a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform. Sir, I wish I didn't have to tell you this, but last year tragedy struck a rising star at the precinct. I lost my case files 4 times in 3 days. They fired me. That takes real talent, actually. They don't know what they're missing. So here I am, sir, first to start from square one, a lowly bailiff. Bro. But your uniform. I took it with me as a souvenir the day I was fired. That can't be legal, at all. So, you were the one who let the magician get away that day? I'm dying over here. The star rises among the court bailiffs full of hope. Then, tragedy strikes. Is there anything you can tell me about it? About Zach Gremory's disappearance? Oh, the humanity. That's enough of that. Why, yes, I'd say it's around 2 p.m. when I heard a commotion in the court. I opened the door to see what might be amiss. The door slams open. Slam! And some guy's face is right there in front of me. Face! So, you saw someone suspicious coming your way? Yes, and I, being a bailiff of little standing, gave chase. I chased that silk hat all the way down the hall, sir. I have a diagram of the court building here. Oh. This is the first time I've seen the layout of the courtroom. Or the courthouse, rather. Aha! There's courtroom number 7. That's where I was, sir. All by myself, nary a friend to call my own. Okay, and which way did Zach Gremory run after bursting through the courtroom door? He went up like this and around the corner, like that. So I, with no delay, ran after him, with no delay. When I turned the corner, I saw that magic man run into the defendant lobby. Swiftly, I ran. Following him, I threw myself boldly into the room. Why, I remember like it was right here. Because it was. Lobby number 2, sir. You ran into this room? I don't see any place to hide in here. Believe it or not, sir, I didn't believe it. Here, in this room, the magician, gone, vanished like a puff of smoke. Except there wasn't even any smoke. He was just gone. That's impossible. Yes, that word. Oh, how many times I have said that word. Even the sound of it causes me indescribable pain. I'm dying. I'm dying over here. Okay, I won't say it again, I promise. But you have to admit, it's difficult to vanish into thin air. Did you search the lobby? I searched. Why the pause? There was nothing here at all, sir. That's right, nothing was here, sir. How can he talk so loud and still be hiding something? So the vanishing trick. What you got for me, Meekins? So, Zach was in this room when he vanished. Absolutely, sir. I saw him with my own eyes. Eyes. That red silk hat, that flowing cape, he ran right in here. Right inside this room. Silk hat, cape? That's Zach, alright. But, sir, look at the room. There's not a single place to hide. Sir, there was nothing I could do but nothing, sir. What about now? Have any ideas? Sir. Ideas about what, sir? If you don't mind me asking. You've had quite a bit of time since then. Has nothing occurred to you at all? Do you have any idea what trick he might have used to disappear like that? Come on. Oh, 2. Cyclops. I should have known. So, I assume then that everything that isn't Trucy is going to have Cyclops? Like, we have Cyclops at the detention center. I assume we're going to have Cyclops at Drew Studio. Maybe we can... Because what do we have? Oh, we actually have a lot. Well, fuck it. We can definitely talk. Just present to see what you need? Yeah, that's fair. I keep forgetting about that. I usually try to think about like what do I have to actually break through this lot or break through this line of questioning before I even get into the questioning, because I'm like, hey, this guy, he's scared about the vanishing trick. Do I have any information about Meekins? Do I have any information about Zach? Do I have any information about that day in the courtroom? And I do now, but like usually that's my mental process without even seeing what they're going to be saying. Is this a remix? This is definitely. I like the little fucking like. Yeah, hold on. This is a nice version of the song. It's got more body to it. Yeah, this is nice. At least a remaster? Yeah, okay. So it might be like an updated version of the song, I think. Better sound font for it being from the DS. The original's nice. I like this because it has more character to it. Okay, Mr. Meekins. What do you know? Spit it out. Hey, what's with the atmosphere in here all of a sudden? You know something, and I'm going to find out what. Zach Gramarye vanished from this room. How'd he do it? How, sir? Well, sir, I can't say as I... Sir. Why are you so nervous if you aren't hiding something? This sounds too electronic? I don't know about electronic. I think the instruments sound more distinct, actually. Like the harpsichord or whatever the fuck that is. Because it has some spiritual energy on him. Well, sir, you see, at the time, sir, I was here and... Listen, it was impossible. What could such a little girl possibly do anyway? What did you just say? Nigga. Sir, did I just say something, sir? No, you screamed it through the megaphone of yours. There was someone else in the room, wasn't there? Sir, I'm going to have to invoke my right to remain in a state of not talking. It's okay, Meekins. You don't have to tell me who Zach's accomplice was. I know who was here in the room that day. Yup. So I've never seen that girl until just the other day. Meekins. Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it. Sir. Damn, okay, that was easy as fuck. Sir, that day she was here, in the room, sir. But he wasn't. You mean you chased her into this room, not him? Sir, in my days as a police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two. Okay, just one thing. But it was how to not mistake a girl for a 7-foot-tall magician. 7 feet? Zach isn't that tall, is he? Did you get baited by Mr. Hat? You got baited by Mr. Hat. You have a point. I find it hard to imagine that anyone will mistake a little girl for Zach Gramarye. But you saw something. And therein lies the trick. I think you know what it was, Mr. Meekins. Tell me, does this trick look familiar? Do you know about Mr. Hat? What's that? That girl's favorite trick, the amazing Mr. Hat. She uses it in her show down at the Wonder Bar. Have you been to the Wonder Bar? So, it was an waking dream, was it, sir? Come again? That night on stage I saw a vision, except it wasn't a vision. It was a hat. An amazing Mr. Hat. He really exists. Okay, that was easy as shit. Never mind. Neat. Alright, sick. So, Meekins. Vanishing trick. I remember it clearly, though the details are a little vague. It's Meekins? Yeah, no, but I mean... I expected for at least 2 locks to be presenting a couple things, not 2 things and breaking 2 locks. I remember it clearly, though the details are a little vague. Zach Gramarye exited the courtroom. I gave chase and cornered him in the corner room, sir. Zach Grandmarie, don't even think you can escape Meekins. Down on your hands, floor on your head. What's the definition of a couple? Or maybe a few, like 3 or 4. I would have expected to present 3 or 4 things, not one for each lock. Like a couple per lock, because in the past it's always been like, I present like 1 or 2 per lock, and then I get to move on to the next. And now it was just like, oh hey, nah, you just got that, homie. That's just you now. So I was a little bit concerned as to what all was going to be in that psych lock conversation. Something the matter, mister? No, that is... Sir, I'm currently chasing a suspect, sir. Zach Grandmarie. Do you know him? Oh, I love Zach Grandmarie. His magic is the best. Yo. Trucy was literally fucking outplaying Meekins. That's... How did you get lower on the tier list? So a few is less than a couple? No, a few is a little bit more than a couple. A couple is 2, a few is 3 or 4. I'm his biggest fan. I see. That's why you're wearing that costume you're wearing. Anyway, that very same Zach came into this room. But no one's been in here except me. But he has to be in here somewhere. Under the sofa, in the trash can, behind the painting, under the rug. So, Trucy was his accomplice. Imagine my astonished surprise when 1 week later, I just happened to walk into a bar and see him, Mr. Hat. I couldn't believe my own eyes. For a while, I thought it had been a long dream. A dream that lasted a week. But it wasn't the magician who disappeared. It was Mr. Hat. Meekins now. The trick vanishes. Though it seems complex, what really happened that day was quite simple. Excuse me. You were standing by the door and out came Zach. But that wasn't all. Another person got in on the act, and she was standing in front of lobby number 2. Along with Mr. Hat. And that's the beauty of it, isn't it? So, while you are standing in shock and amazement, the magician rounds the corner and most likely runs through the closest door into lobby number 1. This is where you come in. You turn the corner in rather lukewarm pursuit, and at that very moment, Trucy runs into lobby number 2. How'd you get baited? Meekins recalling sprite is too much. It looks pretty good. I'm a big fan of it. Then all she has to do is tuck away the amazing Mr. Hat. Meekins, no. Sir, I only lost sight of him for the briefest of moments. Then I saw that cape, Zach Grandmarie's red cape fluttering like a cape. Astounding, sir. All my days of posing queries and making inquiries and chasing quarries wasted. It was as if I could see them melting away like an ice cream cone left by the side of the road to die. Or the scattered remains of a messily eaten chocolate parfait. Like, I don't rate Meekins at all, but that sprite is good. Meekins has some, like, this sprite right here, I think is a good sprite. Like, I don't fuck with Meekins that much as a character, but this is a good sprite. I'm sorry? Why are you chasing quarries? Excellent question. I had no idea how much you'd suffered on account of this case. It's an honor, sir. I've apologized to people many, many times. Sometimes more than once. But this is the first time anyone's ever apologized to me. Actually, about that girl. I'm sort of her guardian now. Is that so? Sir, you should know that I harbor no ill feelings whatsoever in my harbor. Okay. I let the defendant escape, that's the stone cold truth. Just another step on my way from singing the blues to wearing the blues. Someday, sir, I'll be standing side by side with the great detective Gumshoe. Guamshoe? Mr. Meekins, this is a free ticket to the show at the Wonder Bar. If you want, it's an honor, sir. Sir, I can't count the number of things I've had taken from me, sir. But no one's ever given me anything for free. Right, I'll see you in court next time then, sir. I look forward to it. I do not. Please don't let me call Meekins as a witness. All eyes were on Zach Gramarye that day in court, until his mysterious disappearance. Now part of that mystery has been revealed, but the magician remained out of sight. It would be 7 years before I met him again. Yep. Okay, and that covers the past. Neat. All right. Wait, what? Oh. Okay, so it unlocks. I'm going here. Fuck it. Present day Borscht Bowl Club. Hey, Christoph. I'll be taking my leave now. I still have some work to do back at the office. And I guess I'll go back to my piano. To be honest, it's better when you aren't playing. This frigid culinary dungeon almost feels comfortable. Later then. So I was left on my shift. Wonder if we'll get any customers tonight. Ahem. Do you know who I am? Who I am? No, but if you hum it, I can play it. Just kidding, I don't do requests. How about a different sort of request? You see, I play cards. Oh, a customer. I was just hoping someone would come in and save me from a night at the Keys. I seek a true competition. I've heard the Borscht Bowl Club is a place for this. Now I see the rumor is true. And this is... Oh, son of a bitch. Why? Why are you here? Damn it. Yeah, don't mind me. I'm just your friendly neighborhood newsman. He won't be playing tonight. When his business is finished, I shall send him home. This competition will be between us, no others. What's up, Kid Specs? My talent agency represents 2 artists, and I'm number 2. I play piano. Well, sort of. It's actually just a front for my real talent, which is playing poker. Don't ask me how I got started. I don't remember. But I'm good. Real good. Didn't take long for the rumors to get around. Go to the Borscht Bowl Club if you want a real game. That guy's never lost. People don't come here to hear me tickle the ivory. They come to watch me play cards. Is this a seedy poker club? No, it's a restaurant. We don't play for high stakes. There's no money involved. But real players carry cash, and they're always thirsty. It's a handy source of income for the club owner. Then, let's compete. I'll take you to the room. The hideout, yes. But before we go, yes? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shady Smith. Oh, and I'm Brushel, Spark Brushel, news reporter. Oh, I'm... No. Phoenix Wright. Huh? You must always look a man in the eye when you make your introductions. You still do not know who I am? Have we met? Ah! Yep, of course. Tickle the ivory is a good way of saying play piano. It's fantastic. Yep. And there he goes. Okay, so are we gonna see this every single time we talk about Zach? Because I don't fuck with this. You can't be, but you're Zach Gramarye? Yeah, the reincarnation act of the century. Today I have only an audience of 1. You. Zach Gramarye, this must be a bad dream. In a sense, this guy ruined my life. You there. Oh, really? Great. We will play soon. Ready the room. I will be preparing the hideout for you. Yo, this fit is nice, though. I ain't going front. The pop collar I could do without, but the fit is nice. Are you really him? The Zach Gramarye? Now I'm Shady Smith. Remember this. How many years has it been now? 6? Exactly 3 days from now, it will be 7. It caused you much inconvenience, I fear. Yeah, you could say that. Is she well? Trucy, I mean. She's fine. I've got her working already, hope you don't mind. I hardly need to express my gratitude, but you have it. This is why I have come. That and to settle a matter of cards. By what you mean poker? Those eyes. He's serious. I despise losing above all else. And so, I've decided that I will win tonight, no matter what it takes. He did win. I know this guy's type, and they're dangerous. Everything about the competition, all else is secondary. Perhaps we should take this time to talk before we play. I know you have much to ask me, and I you. Alright, brother. So, let's talk about the meaning of competition. We competed that day 7 years ago, too. Aha, yes. You must have been surprised. Called to the detention center out of the blue. 2, 1. Showdown time. I lost. It's only a game of poker. Yeah, we've seen this before. You chose your defense attorneys by playing poker. Some are hired, others fired. When you compete, you see a man's true nature. You know what I speak of? I know that you do. We're Hobo Phoenix now? Yeah. Trucy's power. Trucy, she's in a class of her own. For 7 years, I've played poker here at the Borscht Bowl Club. And I've never lost once. I'm good, but not that good. I win because whenever there's a big game, I bring in Trucy. She sends me signals. Daddy, he's got a good hand. You might have a chance if you act quick. Better call him soon. Can you tell me what her power is? Judging a person's thought by reading their reactions is a staple of performance magic. Is it really? But those of Trucy's line possess far greater skill. Her line. Recall, you were the second man whom I've lost. Magnifique Grand Marie. That was the first time I learned of this power, as you call it. Wait, so you're saying her power is genetic? It's just in the Grand Marie blood or something? Blood. Oh. You son of a bitch. Do we even have the Magatama at this time? I'm sorry, but it is not something told lightly to outsiders, and there's nothing you need to know at this time. Some kind of Grand Marie secret, then? Fine. Oh, we do have the Magatama. Fuck it. What you gotta ask? The Grand Marie secret? I have to know more about this power of Trucy's. So I actually can see right into people's minds. First time I saw her do it, it blew mine. And after you were done having your mind blown, you took her to play cards with you. And gotta use the resources at hand, I always say. Yet I myself have no such power. But Trucy does. Why is that? Maybe Trucy got her power from her mother? Thalassa Grand Marie. I will not speak of that. Thalassa is officially missing, correct? And I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. Why you don't want to talk about... I mean, I don't think I have anything. Yeah, no, I don't think I have jack shit for that. I mean, I have enough evidence right now to pull this off. Maybe it's time to do a little more legwork. Alright, about Trucy. She's 15 this year? She's still trying her best to follow in your footsteps, you know? I see. When I planned my disappearing act, it was the thought of her alone that gave me pause. Wait, you were planning on vanishing from the get-go? Yes, and for that I must apologize. However, I cannot be found guilty that day. Because of this. This? Transferal of rights. See the signature? A transferal. That's Magnafie's Grand Marie's signature, isn't it? I hereby give all rights to the secrets, staging, and performance of my magic, the recipient name below. And the recipient's name is you, Zach Grand Marie. Yes, it is I. Wait, this page looks torn. You recall the diary, yes? No. You had the page the whole time? What kind of shit is that? You couldn't speak up in court, nigga? Are you serious? How could I forget? That scrap of papers lost me my attorney's badge. This is the real page that was torn from the book. Magnafie gave it to me that night. You could have told me this earlier, like 7 years earlier. Once again, I must apologize. It was all I could do to prepare for my escape from that courtroom. The greatest of Magnafie Grand Marie's illusions are true art. As such, they are well protected by this document. Not even give it to Phoenix. Literally just tell Phoenix you have it. That's all you had to do. Because, like, had you done that before we got into the courtroom at all, you know, Phoenix might not have been so keen to present that fucking sheet like, hey, I have the missing page. Like, hey, there's something fishy going on here. We have 2 pages. Because if he was just gonna vanish, Phoenix could have just taken the... Yeah, like, what? If you were gonna leave anyways, like, just fucking say, I have the missing page, and leave. Like, that's all you have to do. You don't even have to tell Phoenix what's on the page. Literally, I have the missing page, and disappear. Only its bearer may perform his illusions on stage. Sounds like a pretty important thing to have if you're his disciple. As the rightful heir to his art, I too wanted a rightful heir. Rightful? I'm sure you know who I chose as my successor. Your daughter. That is why I've risked all to come here tonight. Brushel? Sure. Here you go. What's this? A letter passing the rights I have inherited to Trucy. I would have you sign here as a witness. But I'm not a lawyer anymore. You need a public notary besides. I may not look it, but I'm certified notary. You are. By day I wear a notary's glasses and hunt for news. Also by day I wear a reporter's glasses and notarize. When I take off the glasses, I can't see very well. Your signature, please. This is the first reason I have come here tonight. Ah, I finally figured it out. Now I know why you've come out of hiding only now. It's been 7 years, you said. Precisely. Yeah, so you can be literally, legally declared missing, or dead rather. So, 7 years. There's a law that covers your situation. After 7 years, missing persons are considered to be legally deceased. So if someone were to vanish from the face of the earth 7 years ago, they would lose all rights as a living person after 7 years from that day. Not to mention all of their possessions. Exactly, which is why I'm here. I risk showing my face in public for the sake of this document. Brushel pretty helpful for a whack job, a little bit, before my 7 years are up. You might say, I'm securing my daughter's inheritance. Do you really need this document? Wouldn't Trucy inherit your estate automatically? Not in this case, I'm afraid. This case? Yes, I received performance rights from Magnafie Grand Marie. However, this was done in secret without witnesses. Before Magnafie died, the 2 potential successors to his repertoire were named. Myself, Zach Grand Marie, and Valen Grand Marie. Not Trucy. I see. So you do need this document. I've known Brushel since before I vanished. He's a man I trust. I am so sorry. Now only 3 know of my rebirth. Who's the 3rd? I took the liberty of looking into Trucy's background, and I found you had no other close kin. It is as you say. Okay. I was kind of hoping he'd say something about the mother at this point. I know everyone else but Trucy's mother. is a mystery. Alright, well, can you tell us a little bit? Maybe? The person in this photo is Trucy's mother? How did you come by this? Trucy showed it to me. Give Jafar the Brushel voice when you play FE7? What is your problem? Keep in mind, Gallus last night said to me, hey, give Hector the Gumshoe voice. What if I'm playing through Fire Emblem? I'm probably and I don't have character voices. I'm probably just gonna read. I'm literally just gonna read all the text. She said her mother was gone. Then it is so, huh? She's gone. What more is there to say? Lots. I know. You're still here. According to my in-depth research, Trucy's mother Magnifie, Gramarie's only daughter. End quote. Magnifie's daughter, is that true, Mr. Zack? Brushel, you say too much. Yeah, why am I a bad guy? Why? Zack decked him. In any case, Mr. Wright, this discussion is over. The loss of Gramarie, she's the most mysterious of the whole lot. Give Nils the Godot voice. What is wrong with you? I need to gather me some evidence, clearly. Well, the prelude must have been longer than the actual main attraction. Shall I begin our game? My final competition? Final? Why? As you said, I have come out of hiding today to make this document legally binding. Once that is done, I shall slip once more underground. Without seeing your daughter? It would be best if I did not. 7 years ago we played. 7 years ago I lost. I already lost to Magnifie. I do not care to lose to another. I have heard that you never lose. Just a rumor. Yes, for it is impossible to never lose unless one has an ace up one's sleeve. As a magician, it causes me no end of irritation. To think a mere lawyer might be out there pulling the wool over so many eyes. Hey, I just signed your document for you. Maybe you could try lightening up? That was that. This is this. For my final competition, I will destroy your perfect record, Phoenix Wright. This will be my final performance. You're warned. This guy's beyond serious. So much for a fun evening of cards. Brushel, you may leave. Ah, but it's your last game. I mean, what a scoop. I punch and I punch, but still not enough. I just remembered a prior engagement. Toodles, gentlemen. Hey, nice meeting you, Piano Man. Sounds like we need a price in bits or dollars set for character lines. Oh boy. Then let us begin. Dealer. Da. You will be witness to our competition. Da, it is honor for me. Why haven't I seen her around here before? That reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. Did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name. You know him? After a fashion? Listen, Phoenix Wright. One can learn much from true competition. Remember this. Gramarie power. I was close to understanding it, but I needed more. And I knew where to get it. Trucy's mother. I needed to meet that reporter again, and that was clear. And one other thing. From the moment my final competition with Zack began that night, a name was running through my head. The name of a man now in prison. The name Zack Gramarie knew, but how and why? Yeah, how do you know Kristoff? Why did you know Kristoff? Oh, solitaire. What the? That's your jail cell? Dog. Nah. You're living like a king. What is this? Central Prison Solitary Cell 13. Well, well. Isn't this an unexpected surprise? What errand brings you down to my cramped confines? Gavin? Yep. This is jail in England? Yeah, his jail cell is more neat and tidy than Clavier Gavin's office. And it's more elegant. I could be wrong, but aren't all the people who are jailed executed eventually? I think some get put on death row, some just get jailed for a long time. You look well, Phoenix Wright. You too, Gavin. Life has been full of surprises for both of us. I've no doubt you've expected to lose that attorney's badge of yours. And I'll never bet you expected to wind up here. Shady Smith was the name of the man you killed. Did you know who he really was? Who he was? Zach Gramery. You know, the defendant. I remember him, of course. But you say Smith was Zach? Impossible. Don't even try to tell me it was a coincidence. What did I just say? Life is full of surprises, don't you think? After that trial, you were arrested and found guilty, but your motive was never made clear. A mistake I plan to remedy. You're not an attorney anymore, Phoenix Wright. Why is his face illuminating? Excellent question. What possible conclusion do you think this investigation of yours can lead to? I killed a man named Smith with a bottle because I am an evil human being. The screen is off-center? How the fuck did that happen? What the... Actually, how did that happen? Has it been like this the whole time? Have you silent fuckers been saying nothing about this? No, it just happened? Oh. What the fuck? How did this happen? Huh. I didn't do anything different. This was Zach Gramery's final trick? No. I killed a man named Smith with a bottle because I'm an evil human being. Isn't that enough? Not for me, it isn't. I need to know why you did it, Gavin. 7-year-old case. You recall that case 7 years ago? Ah, yes, the trial where Zach Gramery pulled his famous vanishing act. My brother won his fair share of praise and adoration for that trial, as I recall. Genius prosecutor reveals crooked attorney, was it? So, are you just in the cell or outside the cell? Nah, Phoenix came in the cell. Phoenix came in the cell ready to box. That's what I meant you, wasn't it? Was it now? The Bar Association Review Board voted unanimously for the strictest punishment. Unanimous, save for one dissenting opinion. Yours. It was my brother who was responsible for putting you in that position, after all. For 7 years we've been friends, and yet I still don't understand you. But right, your friendship towards me was never pure. You suspected me then as you still do now, don't you? Honestly, right now, I'm not sure what I think. Reason for murder. You didn't just brain a guy with a juice bottle for no reason. Also, Phoenix's vocabulary over 7 years has kind of deteriorated into that of a degenerate as well. You didn't brain a guy with a juice bottle? That's sick. Tell me why you did it. Persistent, aren't you? I came here because I remembered something. The night of our game, Zach Gramery mentioned your name, Gavin. Yep. He definitely noticed you. That's unfortunate. After that, he was killed. I asked you to help me. Because I remembered your kindness back when everyone had turned on me. Yep. Phoenix did make that phone call. Yo, help? Yo, bro, help? Me, please. The cops should be here any minute. your hands should it come to that. I have to know. Why did you kill Shady Smith? No, Zach Gramery. Here it go. Yo. Black and gold Cyclops. That's sick. Huh. Dark, cold, full of... Oh, son of a bitch. Why? Why does that word always come up? Can I even unlock these things? Something wrong, right? No, it's nothing. You shouldn't put yourself so hard. Life is to be taken easy, you know. He's doing his nails. No, that's not nails. That's not nails. That's not for nails. Move, nigga. What the fuck you got in here? You're thinking, what self-respecting man would use nail polish? Not really. I know appearances are a big thing with you. You know what I say. One cannot live a beautiful life without beautiful nails. First rate in all things, except nothing less. It certainly does look like first-rate nail polish. I like the sparkly bottle. It's crystal. If you are so drawn to it, please, have one. It's on me. Nail polish? No, it's not fancy nail polish. It ain't no damn move, nigga. Hey, Donnie, I've heard of that brand. And this must be the brand symbol. It's supposed to be some kind of flower. Wait, no, maybe it's a hand. Wait, on second thought. Is that an eagle? Who makes these things up, anyway? How much money you gotta have modified psych barriers in prison, no less? You locked up with different locks? Yeah, no, you need to go to super jail. What about this letter? Ah. Can I see that stamp in a little bit more close detail? That envelope's been bothering me since I came in here. It's not nice to peek at other people's mail. You get mail here in jail? That I do, though they read it first, apparently. Still, I'm allowed the pleasure of correspondence. Packages and the like are a different matter, however. Looks like sneaking a peek is out of the question. Interesting. So, yeah, I want to see the stamp on that letter, if you would. Fuck. Okay, I guess I can go fuck myself. Also, I don't even have the option to present the Magatama. Damn. Alas, I must leave for work. Salutes, Ben. The VOD will be here when you get back. We probably will be starting up Dual Destinies tonight, potentially. Alright, so I guess we're done here with you, Gavin. Let's go back to the past. Samurai Jack type beat. Who the fuck in here making illegal shit? I figure you'd come here sooner or later. Okay. I decided on sooner. Drew Mission, was it? Oh, we're in the past. I haven't done anything illegal. And I didn't come here to whine about past events. I wanted to ask you some questions. It's the first Phoenix Wright game I actually played. I've heard very good things. Master was fucking talking all types of nice about Dual Destiny, so I can't wait to get started on that. I suppose you have that right. Give Eliwood the Geen voice through the whole run. Did I give Geen a voice? I don't remember trying to give Geen a voice. That day, the entire court descended into chaos. Only you stood still, your eyes watching calmly. I admit, it made quite an impression on me. I'm used to finding myself in outrageous situations. Phoenix Wright, was it? I'll answer what I can. I'm not sure, but it feels like I'm being watched intensely. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Where your daughter at? Where is your daughter? Hey there, Vera. This is my daughter. Vera, say hello. She's gone. Shall we begin then? Alright. So, Mr. Misham. Judging from this place, you're a painter. Not, sadly, a profitable one. I've never sold a painting. It's a source of considerable embarrassment. Yeah, the little lion sketchbook to match up with the lion on her overalls in her future design, or her present design, rather. I would be able to get by were it only me. Your daughter? Her mother grew weary of me and left. I don't want her to grow up needy, Mr. Wright. That is why I began my other occupation. Replace lady with big sis and lord with muscle gorilla. Yuck. Forgeries. Don't look at me with those eyes. What other eyes am I supposed to look at you with? I know what it is that I do. More than half of the paintings they bring me are stolen. And who knows what my copies are used for. But in some of your works aren't paintings, correct? You may not believe me when I tell you this, but that was my first work outside painting. What? To think it would be used as evidence in a murder trial. I never even imagined the possibility. Then why did you take the job? I was well paid. Very well paid. I think he feels worse about it than I do. The past is hard to escape. Honestly, the sooner I can put this behind me, the better. With apologies to you, of course. Sorry, but it's not going to be quite so easy. He's trying to forget what he made. Looks like I'll have to remind him. Okay, well, I mean, we present the fake page. Imagine if Vera inherited his eyes. That'd be gross. Your work, don't try to pretend you've forgotten. Sure, all you did was make a copy, but that copy might have destroyed the life of an innocent man. And me. I'm responsible too, which is why I have to know. And you have to tell me. I knew it would be difficult to escape this. Then, let's talk. I like how when I came in here, he said, yeah, I'll tell you everything. And now that I'm up in his face, he's like, hey, whoa, 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 whoa. When did I say I'd say everything? You fucking ape. So, Magnifie's diary. Well then, ready to tell me about the work you did? It was like anything I had attempted before. I guess it would be a little different from paintings. That's not what I mean. In all my previous work, it sufficed to create a copy. This wasn't a copy? No. The client gave me two things that day. The first was a sample page as reference. The second, a printed document I can only surmise was written by my client. So you used the real writing as a reference to reproduce what the client wrote? Yes. As I said, it was the first job of that nature. Imagine if anyone else had Big Win's eyebrows. Yeah, that'd be crazy. Winfred Kataki cannot be trusted with his eyebrows to anybody else. He's just too dangerous. Eyebrows too dangerous to be left alive. Please keep them under close watch. Who is your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I would want to know as much as I could about this requester. I never met them. not personally. Didn't you say you were gonna fucking explain everything? You son of a bitch. A Cyclock, of course. It seems like you're still hiding something. Something about this work. Cyclock time. You're hiding something. Let's hear it then. What are you hiding from me, Mr. Misham? I'm sorry, but I really don't know. I never met the client. True, when I asked the client's name, there were no Cyclocks in sight. Regardless, you're hiding something. You have to be, otherwise you wouldn't be making any sense. Why are you doing this to me? Well, I've made my stand. No backing down now. So, what's Mr. Misham's hiding? He is hiding who the forger is. He's hiding his daughter. I can pretty much piece together what it is from what you've said. What is it then? You told me what you knew about the client, and I couldn't see any Cyclocks. The fuck is a Psycholock? Is that some sort of asylum security? Or perhaps a new hairstyle, perhaps? But then they did show up, didn't they? Yep. You don't know. Yep. Psycholocks, that's an Edgeworth throwback. And he not even in the game. That's on Fort. Not personally. Those words triggered the Cyclock. Again with the Psycholocks. Now I really must know what they are. So, you didn't meet with the client. But someone else did. Maybe the real forger behind this evidence. Perhaps I'm hung up on this lock business. But I'm afraid you've lost me. What? Yeah, well, I didn't come here to talk about Cyclocks. As long as I come to the right conclusion, it doesn't matter how long I got, or it doesn't matter how I got there. And your conclusion is, the real forger behind this wasn't you, Mr. Misham. Poppycock? What other weird words have we had? We've had, I remember Gumshoe saying one. We've had another fucking weird word like this. Poppycock, what's other shit? Isn't that a whole pentagram through the locks? Not really. I mean, you got a diamond in the middle, it's 2 X's, and then an X in the back. Not brooch. It was some fucking weird word like poppycock. It might have been poppycock. I don't know what you're talking about. That's my work, I tell you. Made here in my studio. Who else could it have been but me? I don't know if you realize, but you introduced me to your daughter? Balderdash. That's what it was. I think it was Balderdash. Gumshoe, I think, said Balderdash. That's the real question, isn't it? If the forger wasn't you, then I don't have many other people to choose from. The real forger at Drew Studio is... The real forger is your daughter, Vera Misham, isn't it? Ridiculous. My daughter is only 12 years old, Mr. Wright. I've always been more one for landscapes, not surrealism. Nice comeback, but you're shaking in your boots. I've got you now. The only 2 people with access to the studio are you and your daughter. The Cyclocks tell me you're not the forger, which makes your daughter the only possibility. I feel very much on the verge of going Psycho-Lock myself. These Cyclocks, I assume that Kristoff's fire are going to be hell. I don't know how you knew, but you're right. The one who made this page was my daughter, Vera, not I. She's only 12, a genius you might call her. A precocious little girl outshining her father. There's been a lot of that going around recently. I let her play in the studio, and she watched me. She taught herself in that way. The drafting tools and analytical devices I bought when they became necessary. They're my little girl's playthings, now. Do I detect a bit of fatherly pride? So, Vera was the one who made this page. Would she know who the client was then? Actually, the client came once. Here to the studio. Why didn't you say so sooner? But their face was covered and they did not want to talk to me. So they talked to your daughter. I'll speak only with the artist, the client told me. That little girl might know something about it. So, can I speak to Vera? Okay, what do I do now? Maybe I should talk to her father a bit more. Or is it time to turn my attention to Vera? Let's save it. Because she's probably going to have some psych locks as well. See if there's anything more to get out of Daddy first. Well, we've got everything, but... Ooh. Wait, no, not talk. Move. Move, nigga! Maybe I'll just sidle on over here for a closer look. That's an awfully small frame. What's that inside? A stamp? Please don't touch that. I'll get in trouble. That stamp belongs to Vera, you see? She always puts it somewhere where she can see it. That's Zack and Valent, the Gramarys, isn't it? Post office issued that commemorative stamp last year, when the Gramarys were at the height of their popularity. Is this not a pentagram? Let me see. No, it's not a pentagram. It's a weird 5-point star, or excuse me, a 6-point star, but it's not a pentagram. Pentagram means 5 sides. That's almost like a Star of David, but a really shitty Star of David. It's a star asking you to lend its energy, lend your energy. So if you count the sides on this Gallus, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. What is a 12-sided shape? I need to find out now. A dodecagon. That's what it's called. No, it's not a dodecahedron. A dodecahedron is, I think it's an 100-sided shape. 100-sided shape. Am I right? Dodecahedron? 12 flat faces. Oh, okay. 12 faces. So like a 20-sided, not a 20-sided die, but what? This isn't geometry class. I'm not a fucking loser. Not anymore. Now that one of them has vanished off the face of the earth. Yeah, looking at that picture, yeah, it's very clear that Lammeror is the missing Gramarye. Vera went to see one of their shows when she was quite small. She's been a dedicated fan ever since. She watched them every time they came on TV until the end. I see. That stamp's quite hard to come by, I hear. I still wonder how she got her hands on it. Commemorative stamp added to the court record. Hey, mind if I look at your mail? What's this red envelope? Ah, don't touch that. That's, it's quite important. Painter's face just changed hues. Guess I'd better behave, though it's tempting to just grab it. And more importantly, that's a pretty bottle. Ah, don't touch that, please. I'll get in trouble. It belongs to Vera, you see? She always puts it somewhere so you can see it. She looks at it often. There's a light pink fluid inside. Nail polish, I'm guessing. So now we have this in the court record. So we do have some stuff that we can... Can we talk to Vera now? I think it would be a good idea, because now that we have the stamp. Okay, what do I do now? Maybe I should talk to her father a bit more, or is it time to turn my attention to Vera? Move, nigga. Mr. Misham, I have a request. Let me guess. You'd like to speak with my daughter. Can I? My daughter has never been one to talk to strangers. She's quite shy, extremely so, actually. With only one exception, which was, oddly enough, it was that client. I left the studio while they talked. I returned when they had finished, and she was laughing. It was the first time I'd seen anything of the sort. Please, let me speak with her. Alright. Move. Hey, Vera. Uh-oh, this could be tough. Hey, Vera. Vera, was it? Would you like to have a friendly chat? Alright, I'm Phoenix Wright, ex-lawyer and pianist. I'm still looking for the keys that say Do Re Mi. Can't find them anywhere. I'm no good at this. I need something to get through to this girl. Oh, can I just show her the stamp? And then there's this. My stamp. Hey, she spoke. She can talk. Yeah, so this stamp. How can I keep her talking? Great. She might want to talk about the magicians, great magicians. Isn't Troupe Grand Marie amazing? Ah. Yes? Oh. I especially like those two, Zach and Valen. I mean, they're just so magical. They are, aren't they? Aren't they? Yeah, whenever I go to one of their shows, I'm like, whoa, magic, you know? Me too, me too. I love them. They're so cool. It's like magic, yeah. Alright, she's talking. Not saying much, but it's a start. I went and saw them with Father the other day. The opening ceremony at the Grand Marie Museum of Magic. Grand Marie... They have a fucking museum? What the hell? They have one of those? Guess it makes sense now that they have their own commemorative stamp. So, have you been to one of their shows? Just once when I was little, with Father. The Grand Marie's on stage, it was like a dream. Disappearing, reappearing, cutting apart, putting back together, they do it all. Yeah, maybe you can keep telling me stuff like this. You know, about Zach and Valen, maybe? Oh, sure. Alright, better get asking before she changes her mind. Good shit, Phoenix. Alright, so about yourself. I don't go outside much. I like to paint in here. Why don't you like the outside? Who did Drew fuck? Excellent question. The world may never know. There's bad people out there. She left him, so, I mean, she realized what was going on and got out of there. Well, true, but there's a lot of good people, too. Actually, I should tell you. She was almost kidnapped once. Big yikes. Kidnapped. Since then, she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house. I see. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. She said she went to the Grand Marie Museum. With you, in fact. Ah, yes. Actually, she was quite insistent on it, much to my surprise. So you guys did go outside. That was the first and last time she expressed such a desire to me. That person gave me a good luck charm. A good luck charm. For when I absolutely had to go outside. Yes, apparently she received something. A gift. From that client, actually. She won't tell me what it was. Father, I told you to keep that a secret. From that client, huh? This I have to hear about. Alright, let's go down the list, though. So your father tells me you're good at painting all sorts of things. I really like painting, a lot. Father is always very happy when I paint them exactly the same. So, you did this, too? Oh, yes, that was my first job. Your first? All I used to do was paint the exact same thing I saw. But this was totally different. The pen slips and the way the writer held the pen, the pressure on the nib. I had to use a microscope to analyze it on the computer. She seemed so happy. Odd, her work was the last nail in the Grand Marie coffin. I guess no one told her. Yeah, no one had to tell her, because, you know, you made the forgery? Alright, peace. I'm not telling you what it's for. They're the best in the world. Huh? Oh, you mean Troupe Grand Marie? Of course. Father gave it to me. Your father? But I asked him about it. He didn't know how you got it. Oh, I guess I just took it. Yeah. Took it? Father got a letter from that person. That person? You mean the letter was from the client? Oh, we talked about the Grand Maurice forever that day. I'm sure that's why I was sent that stamp. I didn't want to just send it back, so I took it. They're a sneaky one, this client. So they were trying to get on her good side. Commemorative stamp updated. Ooh. So the client. So, you met the person that asked you to do this job, and you talked with them? What's this about a good luck charm you received? I can't talk about it. Okay? If I do, it won't work anymore. That's what I was told. Yeah, but I really, really have to know. Psych lock time. Gang shit. Time to do some psych unlocking. Yeah, no, not a pentagram. Unfortunate. What about the psych locks? You seem to trust this client. Quite a lot, in fact. Because they gave you this stamp. Oh, Gallus, are you okay? It's the damn seal of Oriakos. No! Damn it. No, that's not why. They just listen to me. It's my problem. The problem that keeps her inside all the time. Don't go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. But when I absolutely have to go out, all I had to do was use a good luck charm. A good luck charm that your client gave you. I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. Is this your good luck charm? It's the nail polish. Oh shit, I have that from the future. This was what they gave you, wasn't it? Ah. Same bottle's over there on your desk. Dog. Where did past Phoenix get this? They're milking the shit out of Cyclops? Well, I mean, in their defense, they haven't done them literally all game, so it's okay. I heard once, cosmetics were once thought to ward off evil. This is a magic bottle. It has the power. Ah, of course it does. I'll just refrain from commenting any more on that one. I think I know who gave you that bottle, actually. The one who asked you to do this job. Was this the client? This man is a friend of mine. Know him? His name is Christoph Gavin. He's a lawyer, actually. I promised. I promised not to tell. Damn. Didn't say it was a bad thing, just an observation. Of course, I never said you said it was a bad thing. I'm just saying that they kind of... It kind of makes sense that they would be using them a lot. Need to plug my phone in. Running these Automa battles on Fire Emblem is a little bit taxing on the battery. I'm sorry, I can't talk about the client. I promised. And if I break my promise, the spell won't work. I don't need a name anymore. I got my answer. You're pretty confident in this charm, then. I think they might be the devil. Huh? Or maybe an angel. What do you mean? You didn't finish forging bonds yet? No, man. I had to get all the orbs I could so I could get my my second what's the thing? My second Rinka. There we go. My guaranteed Rinka. Because I had legitimately a whole fuck ton of squad assaults. I had a couple chain challenges, so I just did that. I like how this entire section just shows that even after 7 years, Phoenix still hasn't missed a step. It's very clear that he hasn't missed a step the entire time he's been on screen. Still need to get my first Rinka. She's pretty good. She's like defense tank. I threw Like, obviously her default set, I threw Attack Smoke and the Brazen Attack Res seal on her, so she can have some resistance to mages. Usually I'll keep them out of range, but I'm thinking I might actually swap out for Brazen Attack Defense, so she can get more damage on Bonfire. But yeah, no, she fucking hits like a goddamn truck. If she gets underneath 75% HP, she has, I think it's 62 with mine. The first one I got was minus attack, so I had to go for the guaranteed one to get the merge. So, but once I got the merge, she went up to 50 attack. So at base with a +1 and neutral IV, she's 50 attack. If she gets initiated on when she drops below 75% HP, so once she goes to 33 HP, she'll get 62 attack, and then have a fuck ton of defense. Because I think what is she at right now? I gotta check in a second. 1 second. Let me see. Yeah, she naturally has 42. With Brazen Attack Defense, she will get damn, she'll get 56 defense off of a Bonfire proc. Yeah, and it's already at a and because of her weapon, it goes to a tool cooldown. So, and you have Wrath, so if you get under 75 or you get to 75 HP, you're going to be smacking people in the face with these cracked out bonfires. Yeah, let me go ahead and stick the defense seal. Must be nice to have things to do on your gacha. Yeah, man, just play multiple gachas. I saw the devil's face. Are you saying the client's face looked like the devil's? No, the client was gentle. With a no gentle. So, where'd you see this devil then? It was so quick, I don't remember well. But that's when I knew that person wasn't like other people. Sick. That's why I believe in my good luck charm. Play Danmachi? Do not play Danmachi. Juve will try to sell you Danmachi. Stay away from that. Alternatively, I could, because I just pulled a, no, I don't want to give her, I was going to think about giving her Fortress Defense Res, because I pulled that off of I pulled a Cliff while I was pulling for Rinka. But I could give her the Fortress Res seal, or the Fortress Defense seal. But that would, I think that takes away from the overall synergy of her kit. So yeah, I think Brazen Attack Defense is probably going to be the best for her. Yeah. Sounds like that. Brave Ike is best infantry tank. He's pretty good. Meanwhile, I'm here trying to pull a Guzma. See, that's what you get for playing Pokemon Masters. Unfortunate. I'm not sure what this devil she saw was, but it's pretty clear that Christoph Gavin has her charmed. Well, I think that's all. I'll be leaving now. I'm sorry for what happened. If you want to apologize, try my client, Zach Grandmarie. Did I do something bad? What makes you think that? Your eyes, they're sad. Very sad. I'll put on my smile next time I come. Promise. I hope to see you smile then too, Vera. Okay. Take care. Thinking back on my first encounter with the young forger, I witnessed something of vital importance that day. Of course, by the time I realized it, it was already too late. Because she's in the fucking hospital now. Neat. They have good remixes, that's something I guess. I've said it multiple times. I don't know if I can say it again, but and I don't know if people are going to take it the right way or not, but if you're playing a game just for the soundtrack, just go to YouTube. Like, and I probably have said it a bunch of times and you guys are probably tired of hearing it, I love the soundtrack for these games. For the Phoenix Wright games, they're fantastic. But the gameplay doesn't suck. The game's actually good. Is there a way to give someone an account? I got red on my very first multi and don't feel like letting it rot. You have to bind the account to something and then give somebody the login credentials. Alright, brother. It's time. Trick up his sleeve. I'm flying by the seat of my pants on this one. There must be a path leading from the evidence to the truth. And that's what I'm going to find. Oh, shit. To ask someone to take a life, even one not long for this world, that's asking someone to commit murder.
Yes, our mentor was fond of dramatic moves and dramatic finales.
And he got his wish. His life was taken. Have you heard the orchestral versions of the Pursuit themes? I have not. Because, the only reason I don't want to click on, like, compilations or certain music, like, I only want to click on music from the game that I've heard, right? Because I see the videos all the fucking time in my recommended, because I listen to a couple songs. I see, you know, like, fucking Pursuit medley, I see fucking the Objection medley, and I'm like, I don't want to click on this because I don't know if there's going to be spoilers in it. I don't know if there's going to be spoils in the video at all. And I don't want to get spoiled. What weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing murder? My guess is it was a matter of life or death.
Care to explain?
Your troop lived in a world of showmanship. The flashier, the better. And flashy so often means danger, doesn't it? Yeah, just like when you searched up Apollo's age and got Emma's return spoiled. Yeah, nah. Smoiled me.
Let us make this as painless as possible. If you have proof of this danger, then show it.
Well, I mean, there's a whole fucking gun I have in my, like, court record. I don't know what you want from me.
Why, that's one of ours.
Yes, so there's danger. It's a gun. Specially designed for your show, I gather. A single bullet, one shot.
What are you suggesting? We are magicians, Mr. Wright, not murderers.
I've seen those exact vids. The only way you could get spoiled by those if you let them, and even... What do you mean if I let them spoil me? If I click the video, that's letting them spoil me. I just rather go in blind, so I haven't listened to anything past what I haven't observed. I'm crying something far more tragic. An accident. Zack and Valance quick draw shoot him.
Oh, how long has it been since these shots were last heard?
Was the shoot 'em canceled because someone might get hurt?
Of course. What other reason could there be?
Just don't go past what you've seen? Yeah, but why would I do that when I can just already search up the song? That's in case you haven't noticed, when I've been asking about the songs, I've been asking about the song names and titles so I can go look at the exact song. I'm not going to click on a fucking medley video and then stop halfway through because, oh, well, listen to what I needed to. Let me not listen anymore. I'm going to let the fucking video play. Why not just not click the video entirely? Are you stupid? Are you crazy? Are you dumb? You can pick one. You can always pick one. Well, it could have been canceled just because someone had already been hurt.
Fascinating, my Faustian forging friend. But tell me, can you prove that with a single pistol?
Well, tell me what would have happened if there had been an accident. What if one of your bullets took a life on stage? Oh, okay, I see. That's how Lammeror became Lammeror, right? That's how she stopped becoming Thalassa and became Lammeror? Great.
The performance of magic is not concerned with what-ifs. It is concerned with precision. Precisely whom do you claim was shot?
Well, I gotcha, buddy. Looks like I've chosen the right path. Let's just hope he walks it with me. A life was sacrificed so that the show might go on. And this shows who it was. Okay. Okay, so the locket then?
But that's...
Zack Gramarye's wife and Trucy's mother. Thalassa, I believe, was her name.
Ah, Alakazar! But how can you say this? How can you say she was struck by one of our bullets?
Still in denial mode, eh? Thalassa was at the greatest risk of being shot, and this clearly shows how much danger she was in. Hey up. Troop Gramarye's performances were very, very popular. So popular they even made a commemorative stamp at the height of your fame.
We were not merely the latest craze. We were an age, a golden age.
It's all here on this stamp. There's Thalassa, yes? Trucy's mother is missing, I hear. What happened to her?
I don't know.
Oh, well, part of his memory is still locked up.
There's one thing you're failing to address.
What's that?
As you say, our troop was a world unto itself. If our leader Magnifi was so inclined, he could hide anything he wished with ease. But, Mr. Wright, he would have hit a crime, making him an accomplice. Not a great foundation for blackmail.
Valent's got a point. If one of the troop members died in an accident and Magnifi covered it up, his innocence would come into question.
Found the right address, Mr. Wright?
I'm so close, there has to be something. About how Thalassa's death could affect Zack and Valent's relationship with Magnifi.
I see in your eyes you still have something to say. How can you possibly prove more than you already have?
I'll prove why Thalassa's accident tied your hands so completely. I don't think we have any evidence. Maybe we present her profile. It's going to take a little knowledge of the players to crack this one. The accidental death of Zack's wife tied both your hands, and this information proves why Magnifi held so much power over you. Because you shot her and she went missing. She didn't die, but it wasn't a question of who shot Thalassa. Thalassa herself was the problem.
What do you mean?
She was Zack Gramarye's wife, Trucy's mother, and Magnifi's Gramarye's only daughter. There was a terrible accident, and the two of you killed your mentor's only daughter. If that wasn't the key to Magnifi's power over you, I don't know what was.
It was an accident.
So, blackmail, huh?
There's no proof, none at all.
But Thalassa went missing, and your mentor blackmailed both of his disciples. It doesn't take a genius to put one and one together.
Ours was a complex family.
You mean Troop Gramarye?
The Master Magnifi Gramarye, his only daughter, and his two disciples.
That does sound like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it?
Do not be tempted into faulty flights of fancy. Yes, there was an accident, but that is all it was, an accident. Zack and Valent's tour de force.
I do kind of feel bad for these people. It's like a dysfunctional family. I feel bad for them until Valent just straight up kills fucking Magnifi. Like, I feel bad up until that point, right? But, like, as it stands right now, no, I do not feel bad for, I do not feel bad for him. I do not. Because as it stands right now, like, yeah, this is, like, if you would have went back before Magnifi's death, then, yeah, it sucks. But, like, there's enough to say that Trucy is the true victim of all this, right? Like, she's the one that gets ruined completely as a person because of this. She doesn't have, her dad has to leave, her mother can't even recognize her, her grandfather gets killed. Like, quite literally, Phoenix is all she has, and it's quite literally all Valent's fault. Or not, yeah, Valent.
And then crash, zing, pow, everything but her. Now that is magic. It happened one day when we were practicing. Same trick with a new twist. And tragedy. But as for whose bullet stole Thalassa's life, we shall never know the answer. Thalassa disappeared from our lives, and Zack was bereft of his wife. Trucy lost her mother, and Magnafee his daughter. And that led to blackmail, I take it? It is all part and parcel of the darkness that comes when the curtain falls. Tell me about the darkness. Imprison me! Why did Magnafee Gramarye try to cover up an accident? It was his own daughter who died. All I can say, it was a critical time for Troop Gramarye. A passing of the torch from Magnafee to Zack and Valant. We all sacrificed so that it might be a success. Thalassa's death was the greatest sacrifice of all. Yet, even when her life was extinguished, her presence was not. What do you mean? In time, we, myself and Zack, found we could no longer oppose Magnafee's wishes. Magnafee forced us to perform his art, for his benefit. I see. I guess I can understand. I mean, he did lose his only daughter. But do you not find cowardice in his actions? Huh? To decide to hide the truth of your own daughter's death is one thing. But then to hang that death as a guillotine above our heads? Things were dark behind the scenes at Troop Gramarye, that's for sure. Does Trucy know? She was not told, naturally. Who would want to know that their father might have taken their mother's life? True. I had not thought of that accident for a very long time. Sorry to dredge up old memories, but this has helped a lot. Not to find Magnafee's slayer, I should think. True. Aha. After that accident, there was one who came sniffing quite persistently. A reporter? He called himself a newsman at the time. Often I spied him lurking about the dressing room, doing his research. Would you happen to remember his name? What was his name? Sorry, I have forgotten. But in the course of his interviewing, he became quite close to my partner, Zack. I liked him now. I see. His name, I do not recall, but his scent, the cloying aroma of mint. Yes, whenever he smiled, which was far too often. I see. Thanks for your help. It does no good to interfere with the past, Mr. Wright. You will not uncover answers, only wounds. I'm sorry. Well, I mean, I began to notice a dark curtain hanging over Troop Gramarye, and I began to realize what I had to do. I had to protect Trucy from that darkness. The reporter he mentioned, the newsman, I never learned who that was at the time. Though I've got a pretty good idea who it is now. That smile and the sickly sweet smell of mint. The last floss thin thread connecting Zack Gramarye to this world. Sooner or later, I'd have to track him down. Well, let's go find Mr. Brushel, shall we? Ooh. Interesting. We can go to both of these places? Let's go to the studio first, because Vera's gonna recognize us. Present day, Drew Studio. Oh! Why are you here? Well, what do we have here? Remember me? Of course I remember you. Journalist meets ex-attorney in Bar Inkwell. Can I ask what you're doing here? Mr. Mission was poisoned, and his daughter is... Oh, yes, I know. Oh, how I know, yes. It's caused me no end of grief, to be honest. Journalist wishes he tracked down the case just a little quicker. Inkwell. Are you on the trail of the case the whole time? Zack Gramarye was a good friend. Zack said something to that effect back at the Borscht Bowl Club. What a character, what a man! If a little, no, a lot, no, extremely rough around the edges. I think I could ask you a few questions. Oh, you serious? I mean, I'm usually the interviewer, not the interviewee. Journalists ask questions, not the other way around, Inkwell. Fine, shoot, I don't care. People have been asking me all sorts of things lately.
Alright, idiot. So, let's talk. Family of forgers. It's tragic what happened to Drew Misham and his daughter.
Forgery is a serious crime and they paid the price. You know what really did them in though, don't you?
Yeah, a forged diary page.
The night I interviewed him, I found out something about Mr. Misham I hadn't known.
What's that?
You know, he always felt like he was being watched. Every day for 7 years. Walls have ears, potatoes have eyes, end quotes.
Being watched? You mean he felt guilty?
No, I'm not talking about feelings here.
Please tell me I get to visit present-day Dick Gumshoe and get the fucking bug detector.
You know, I felt watched too. The whole time I've been on the case, no less. Journalist gets tingling sensation on back of neck, freaks out, end quote.
Because you felt guilty?
Why would I feel guilty?
You felt like you were being watched, huh? I wonder what it all means. Paranoia. Drew Misham felt like he was being watched, and you along with him. You sure it wasn't just nerves?
Nerves? No, it's nothing so mundane. I stopped paying attention to my nerves a long time ago. But I felt it too. Journalist He's
sure he's being watched?
Don't you wonder why Zach Gramery got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me, he completely vanishes from that courtroom. Then for 7 years he talks to no one, not a soul. Then, just as the remaining time was almost up, he contacts me in order to have this made.
And then he dies.
Starting to put the pieces together, are we?
And you were being watched this whole time?
Maybe not just me. Maybe you were too.
Me?
I met Zach through that case, actually.
You mean the shooting of Magnifique Gramery?
No, before that. It's not widely known.
You mean the accident during the quick draw shoot 'em practice?
My, you're well informed. You should have seen me back then. I dug up quite the scoop. I wanted it all. Money, fame, women, a little puppy, all for me. I was younger then and my days and nights smelled of fresher mint than they do now.
Alan Gramery did mention one particularly nosy reporter. Damn, is that a pun? Because of his fucking nose?
In fact, I was on close speaking terms with Magnifique Gramery at the time. I knew his daughter too, of course. Thalassa, was it?
Really?
Then Thalassa disappeared, quite suddenly at that. And Magnifique wouldn't say a word about it. Yeah, my evil habit got the better of me. Journalist catches a scent of a scoop, goes on feeding frenzy, end quote. I set up a one-on-one interview with Thalassa's husband, see?
Zach Gramery.
Something strange was in the air over at Troop Gramery in those days. The whole screwy mentor-controlling disciple scene he started by then, I'm guessing. Thalassa, she was part of it all, right? Come on, you can tell me, off the record.
Sorry, don't know.
Anyway, I kept prying and eventually became friends with Zach. Sure, he punched me once or twice, or 5 times. But over time, he came to see me as his confidant.
Alright, now, what about Valen? He fucking hates you, right?
He's been waiting this whole time. 7 years, eh?
Waiting?
For his big comeback, of course. A big revival of the Magnifique Miracle. Of course, it was all a dream.
Because of this. The performance rights.
In the absence of any official documents, he was golden. Who's to say the old man didn't give rights to both Zach and Valen?
So Valen waited until Zach died. Legally, at least.
Time finally comes and Valen's like a kid on Christmas morning. He's getting ready for his show at the Sunshine Coliseum, you know? If that document sees the legal light of day, it's gonna put a bit of a damper on the big show. He's a sorry one, that Valen Gramery. Lost out to his partner and at work and in love, too.
Love?
It's the same old story, really. 2 disciples and their mentor's only daughter. What has three sides and all of them pointy? A love triangle. That is pretty classic. When you're in a performing troupe, that's your world. It's like family. One with an entire high school's worth of drama, intrigue, and backstabbing. In the middle of this, Thalassa has Trucy. And then she dies. I need to find out more about this Thalassa. Ipso ergo move, nigga. Actually, you knew Thalassa. Mr. Brushel, do you know this person? Do I know that person? Of course. What's going on, Solaris? I was friends with Zack after all. He hit me a few times. 5 times, actually. But still, I never forget his wife. Thalassa Grammarie. Magnifique Grammarie's only daughter. Do you think you could tell me more about her? Well, why the heck not? Maybe you should have just led with that? So Thalassa married Zack and had Trucy, see? It was her second marriage, actually. You mean she was divorced? I hadn't heard this one before. Not quite. Her late husband was a performer, too. He died on an accident on stage. Tragic, really. They had been married only 1 year. Ugh. Almost threw up in my mouth. What the fuck? Yo, what the fuck? I didn't know. Ah, but she was a beauty. I still carry a portrait photo of her around, you know. Wait. No. 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 That's really stupid. Give me that picture. She got the better deal, really. She's got you for family, after all. What do you mean? Just reminiscing, you know? Thalassa has another child besides Trucy. End quote. Fuck off with that. What? But Trucy said she was an only child. Ah, yes, this one she had with her previous husband. Her previous husband? Her first husband who died on stage? Yep, they had themselves a kid. Another orphan now. That's another one who slipped through the cracks. No idea where they are now. Thalassa had another child. Do you think I could borrow that photo? Sure, I can be generous on occasion, you know. Okay, so I won't need this locket anymore. Better return it to Trucy before I forget. Now, people and events all get tangled together and get bigger and bigger. Don't you think? I was too busy wondering about bigger to listen to what you were saying. So, Thalassa had another child, nobody knows where it went, and she's also wearing these very unique bracelets. Gee, I wonder who it could fucking be. Someone playing Apollo Justice, my favorite of the Ace Attorney games. Hello? What's going on, Musuke? So, yeah, what a coincidence. What could it ever mean? I wonder who could they be talking about? Sometimes you just gotta accept that you won't be able to untangle it all, I think. Maybe so, but still. The twist was unnecessary. I feel so as well. I have to do what I can. Don't tell me Apollo X Trucy is dead. Yeah, no. Yeah, anybody who was saying that, not only can you go to jail, you can go to double jail. I hate Spark Brushel's design. Yeah, no, he kind of sucked. Definitely a fucking dweeb. I have to tell what I find of those who come next. Next, you say?
I'm not the one who will close the curtain on this little play. Apparently that's not my role anymore.
Magnify! I was just wondering what Magnify would think of all this.
What do you mean?
Haven't you seen it in Trucy? She's got his power!
You mean how I can't lie to Trucy?
It was the same with Magnify. And with his daughter, Thalassa.
It's a strange thing. You think it's some kind of Gramarye gene? Damn. Haven't even gotten there on my podcast, but I've complained about how gross he is twice. He, like, it's literally just, if he didn't have the toothbrush shit that he does, like, stop scratching your head with a toothbrush, don't try to clean your glasses with a tooth. Can you even... Do I have my cleaning toothbrush for, like, my shoes? It's incredibly dirty, so no, I'm not going to use that. But I was going to try to clean my fucking glasses lens with a toothbrush and see if that would even work. But no, I'm not licking that.
Magnify told me once back when Zack married Thalassa, he said Zack had good eyes. But not good like a Gramarye's eyes, not that good.
I wonder if Zack ever played a game of poker with his wife. Who knows what the Gramarye secret was?
Maybe nobody, now that Zack's gone.
Zack Gramarye. He's also using his saliva to clean the glasses? Yeah. Freak. The plot had finally begun to reveal itself. It sprouted from a warp in the Gramarye fabric and grew, swallowing everything, wrapping itself around the Gramarye's powers. Power which passed from Magnify Gramarye to Thalassa to the next generation. And I would once again need to meet the one who bridged it all together. Well, we can go back to the Borscht Bowl Club now. This game really dropped the ball on the characters. I feel like the Apollo twist is a little bit unnecessary. Like, I feel like that was a that was kind of a little bit of the straw that was like a little bit too nuts. I would have been fine with them saying, "Oh, Apollo just got the bracelet." Like, as stupid as it sounds, I would have been more fine with the bracelet giving Apollo the power, right? And just the bracelet alone. Because now it's just, no, it's not his bracelet, it's his blood. Oh. Like that was a little bit weird. Also, like, there's a lot that's, like, questionable with these turn of events now, right? Because Thalassa's first child, their father died. They sent the kid away? Why did they send the kid away? Why didn't they keep them in the troop like they did with Trucy? That doesn't make any fucking sense. The bracelets amplify the power, of course. Apollo has the power without the bracelet in the beginning, though. Yeah, but I mean, like, I would have been fine, like, if he didn't have, like, if you would have rewrote it and he didn't have the power, like, to see through people, to perceive, then I would have been like, okay, sick. They sent him to a foreign country according to Spirit of Justice. Well, I mean, that's still a later on clearing up of events. I mean, that's still pretty, that's after the fact. Also, keep it mum a little bit about the about events of future games, because I'm still a little bit green on the series, so I don't know all that much. This is my first time going through them. But, like, you didn't do anything too bad. It's just I've seen people say stuff like that, and then they're like, "Oh, whoa, I mean, you didn't stop me when I said this before," so I'm just kind of stopping the fire before it starts. No trouble though. Bracelets Magatama, we must assemble the Infinity Gauntlet. Nah, dude, those are Millennium fucking Attorney items. Edgeworth's Ascot is definitely a Millennium Attorney item. Alright, gotta talk, Zach. Grand Marie's secret. I have to know more about this power of Trucy's. It's like she can see right into people's minds. First time I saw her do it, it blew mine. After you were done having your mind blown, you took her to play cards with you. Yeah, we got this. We gotta go back to the actual thing. And I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. Because now that we have this the entire time, but I don't know if presenting it now or presenting it at the time that we did, we would have known because we didn't know about the accident. The three of you were a team once. Edgeworth's ascot is technically a Jabot, and is called a cravat in the games for some reason. Really? I just say ascot because I've watched Scooby-Doo, and anything that is a short scarf tied around the neck that comes out over your chest, that's an ascot to me. I'm not a fashion man. Not that the entire country doesn't already know this. At your peak, you were the biggest stars around. Yet, there's another story behind the fame, one that not many know. Thalassa lost her life during a rehearsal. To you and Valiant Grand Marie's bullets. It was an accident, it wasn't me. This is the same man that says Brooch, it's Brooch. You were proved wrong. I don't know what you want from me, but you were proved wrong. We can do it again if you want. How could I shoot my dear Thalassa? I'm sure Valen would say the same thing. Why, it's just like another murder I might mention. Damn you. Her eyes, I loved Thalassa's eyes. To think they could read my mind was frightening. And there was a warmth in that felt like an embrace. She's dead and Magnifique Grand Marie has joined her. So the one with her power left now is Trucy? Mr. Zack? I do not know. I don't need power to see through that one, buddy. So there's someone else. Someone other than Trucy. Someone who inherited Thalassa's power. How would I know? My chances are slim. It would take a miracle to learn the truth. Or maybe one has already occurred. There is someone else with the power, and I know who. This boy. His name, I forget. Something weird. Who could he be? An attorney. Attorney. I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law offices. So, what do we make of this, oh great ex-attorney? You can show me pictures of strange boys all you like. Yo, pause? But you'd at least say something like, I'm this boy. I could use a laugh. Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. This might not be 100% proof, but it's close. There's a link between this boy and Thalassa. It's more of a ring. A ring? Perhaps this will refresh your memory? I just so happen to have evidence showing this missing link. Has to be this. Something weird, friend, yeah, no. It's like, it feels like they're forcing these connections. Like, they don't feel natural. Like, the link between Von Karma and Edgeworth felt like pretty natural. Like, you could see it from how their characters were portrayed. The link between Trucy, Apollo, and Thalassa, this feels very forced all of a sudden. Like, the only connecting tissue is that, oh, Apollo can perceive, and Trucy can too. And you learn that that's apparently something that the bloodline can do. It just feels it feels more forced than any connection that they've made in the past. Like, even with all the plot contrivances that were going on in Trials and Tribulations with Dahlia and Iris, like, especially when it was like, oh, well, no, I was actually going out with you the whole time, Apollo. It wasn't Dahlia, it was me, and I fell in love with you. Like, even that was, like, pretty forced, but this is kind of eh. And then you have the connection to Kristoff. It's like, oh, well, we sent him away, and he just happened to become an attorney. Obviously, I get it. Movies, any particular set of story happens to happen via coincidence, but the fact that he would train under Kristoff, become an attorney, be prosecuting, because like why the fuck did Kristoff come here? Did he just come here to fuck with Phoenix? Like this is all now riding on Kristoff's motive. So if I find out Kristoff's motive is some bullshit, I'm not gonna enjoy this. Like I really like the characters. I really like Trucy. I really like Apollo, but it's the story is going to take a nosedive if that happens to be the case. Actually, I know something. Your marriage to Thalassa was her second. How did you know this? Her first husband, he died a year after they were wed, yes? He was a performer. They met when he joined us Grey-Maries in a guest show, as a guest on our show. After Thalassa wed him, she left the troupe for a while. And you say she had a child then. I have a photograph of her here. Kristoff's motive? Yeah, whatever his reason is for coming to Japanifornia and fucking with Phoenix. Whatever his reason is, if it's good, these contrivances I have with the story, they're fine, right? But if it happens to be really fucking awful, like I just wanted to beat Phoenix right, and then I'm gonna be upset. Like all the problems that I'm mentioning right now are going to become amplified. I couldn't help notice what she was wearing when I first saw this. Those bracelets stand out. They're a Gramarye family heirloom. This boy wears a bracelet just like the one in the picture. What? So that's why. Why what, Mr. Zack? I took this photograph of Thalassa before she left us. When she returned, she only had one bracelet. Yeah, but I know where that other one went. She gave it to this boy. Her son. Oh. Alright, sick. At this point, the damage is done. Kristoff can't save it. Yeah, but if it's like a really cool twist, then like I can kind of write off some of the negative points that I have. This strange power, I myself do not know where it comes from. Yet the fact that it is passed down the Gramarye line, it runs in their veins. What is it? I asked her Thalassa once. This is what she told me. Her power responds to tension in others. Tension? If she were to face a person and they became tense, even slightly, then she would know, no matter how hard they try to hide it from her. So, she could see it? Or more like perceive it, right? Where did the Lammerware talk at the beginning of the stream come from? Because I can't remember you mentioning it last stream. So what happened is I went back and I started watching some of the VODs, particularly every scene that they showed Shady and Zack, because I missed it. I missed like the very obvious connection that this guy was supposed to be, or the Shady that we got introduced to in chapter 1 was supposed to be Zack, and I was like, damn, I need to go back and look at Shady to see if I can really see that it was supposed to be Zack, like right off the bat. And I went back and I was like, oh yeah, that kind of looks like it. And there's that one picture with Valent, Thalassa, and Zack in it, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. And looking more at the other characters, right? Because I just wanted to see like what they all look like. I wanted to see if I could even see, because at that point when I first saw the picture, I couldn't see the pin on Thalassa's like cape. It's this picture right here, right? It was this picture in grayscale. How often do you stream Ace Attorney? I've been streaming all the games I've streamed the entire trilogy, and that happened throughout the course of the past 2 weeks. Streamed Apollo Justice now, and if we finish up this case in a reasonable fashion, we're going to be starting up Dual Destinies in a short little while. So, like, when I saw this picture, like, because it's grayscaled when they first show it, and I was like, damn, I can't really see this person's pin, and I assumed it was the spade, right? Because Trucy's wearing the diamond, Valent's wearing the heart, Zach's wearing the club. I assume this person was wearing the spade, right? What about investigations after Spirit of Justice? Yeah, potentially. I want to do the investigations games back to back because I know there's a fan translations for 2, so I wanna check both of those out because I fuck with Edgeworth. But when I looked more at the picture, I was like, huh, this lady's kind of got, you know, she's kind of got like the side tails going down the front of her shoulders, kind of like you know how Lammeror does. And I was like, wait a minute, they wouldn't necessarily do that, would they? And then I started thinking about it, and I was like, oh yeah, no, that explains what her accident has to do with the troop. That's why she was so good at performing the magic act right off the bat, even though she's blind, you know. So like, so it was a late night thought, but yeah, no, it made sense. The one thing I could not have predicted though was until this point today was I'd fuck Edgeworth. He's pretty cute. What's the problem? But like the fucking Apollo twist, I didn't see it coming until I saw that picture with Thalassa wearing the bracelets. She wouldn't realize that she was subconscious, because at that point I was like, until that point I was just like, oh, the bracelets just belong to Thalassa / Lammeror / whoever, or Magnifi, and he just happened to give it to somebody, right? It made more sense to me that Lammeror, during her travel as a musician, right, happened to give one of the bracelets away to Apollo. And because she gave the guitar to Gavin, she gave it to Clavier, I was like, okay, so she gives him a very, like, priceless guitar. She'd give Apollo a bracelet for some reason, you know, it makes sense. Like, that makes sense to me. But now I'm just kind of like, he's her son, okay. So we've technically had an almost family reunion. We've had Apollo with Trucy meeting Lammeror. Her hands kind of look like the logo of the perfume bottle. I don't know about that. All that. If the perfume bottle comes into more play with these people, then I'm gonna be a little bit crazy. I'm gonna go crazy. What's up going on, Smash? Without the use of a particular object, or in her case, objects. Objects. Wait. Were they something she wore? Yes. Her bracelets. What perfume? Not perfume, the nail polish bottle. Yeah. Duck Game tripped me up. That's him. That's him. I was just reading what he said. It's all him. It's his fault. Yes, you're being pinned underneath the bus. You cannot move. I admit the first time I saw one of those, I felt there was more to it than just fashion. What kind of power could a bracelet have? I've made a decision. I will tell you all that I know. Consider it a gift. Sick. Trucy and Apollo. Well, I hardly need you to tell me at this point, but those two are brother and sister, yes. And the brother, too, has this power of theirs. So Trucy has an older brother. I wonder what will come of that. Mr. Right, I'm literally gonna... So this is quite literally what happens right before he's like, let me go talk to Apollo. Technically half, bro. It do not matter. They share a mother. Mr. Wright, tonight after our game is done, I will return to a life of hiding. I would not see her live with her life without knowing. I understand. I'll tell the two of them when the time is right. Hyman, you're dead. Once again. Not kidding. What I want to know is how all this got to be so messed up. So, the bracelets. The bracelets are made out of a special alloy. They're said to expand and shrink very slightly in response to body warmth. So they're temperature sensitive or something. Yes? That is how they can shrink to the exact size of their wear. Yo. Come on. Phoenix known this for the whole game? Yeah. What a monster. Imagine if Phoenix just walked in on Apollo and Trucy just like hanging out and he was like, hey! What are you doing here? What's going on? We're just sitting here watching TV. Hey, you can't be hugging her like that. Why not? You just can't. How about that? Throwing it all away. Has the comeback happened yet? What comeback? You're gonna stop. Just if you're asking what are you talking about, just stop right there. Yeah, one size fits all. The fucking bracelet, by the way. So that's what it was. It's not just randomly. You can't hug your sister like that. Exactly. So what? Like the bracelet isn't giving him like a. It's not giving him like it's not notifying him. It's just his body temperature is giving him like the thing, and his bracelet starts squeezing on his wrist, and he's like, oh, okay. I would have been fine with this just being a random magical bracelet. And this is something to do with the power. What have I told you? The Gramarye power reacts to tension in others. When Gramarye senses tension, they too become tense. And this tension translates to minute contractions of the muscles. So minute, they cannot sense it in their own. Their muscles. So that's what the bracelets are for. With the bracelet on, one can sense these contractions, because the bracelet is always a perfect fit. So when the person they're watching gets tense, the bracelet feels tighter on their wrist. Yep, okay. So quite literally exactly what I just said. But not quite, because it's not about temperature, it's just the muscle contractions make it feel tighter. That alone doesn't really count as mind reading. I believe I understand how the process works from there. It's a simple question of eyesight. Eyesight? I guess that sounds simple enough. Have you ever heard of kinetic vision? Something about the ability to see moving objects with full clarity, right? I've heard of it before. They say athletes can see a moving ball like it was stopped if they focus. Oh, but it's not confined to sports alone. It relies on the ability to focus. When we focus, we can see many things. The faintest twitch of the face, and the meaning that lies behind it. Therein lies one of the secrets of magic. One must know the mind of a crowd before one may distract it. So basically what you're saying is the Gramaryes can see really well. For them, seeing is more than believing. It is knowing. Their power relies on eyesight combined with exceptional focus. Things are starting to come into focus for me, too. Of course, it is difficult for me to maintain such levels of focus for any length of time. But what if someone could tell you when to focus? Or something. Precisely. But wait, Trucy doesn't have any bracelets. We're talking about poker, yes? The timing of when to focus is so elementary, she probably does it without thinking. Okay. I doubt Trucy herself has realized this. That is all I know of things Gramarye. Thank you, Mr. Zack. If this boy's bracelet is the real thing, then he will use it before long, thereby awakening his power. I'll keep that in mind. Well, shall we play a game? I've said so much. Let me say one more thing. I will tell you of that night. That night? That night my mentor, Magdafee Gramarye, passed from this world to the next. Sick. There were 2 pistols and 2 letters sent. This was Magdafee's test. A test? In his last years, Magdafee Gramarye worked us both to the bone. No, to the pain. What? But that night, I could not shoot him, so I shot the clown's forehead instead. This, it seems, was the correct answer. Take this. I give my art to you, Zack. Thanks for playing along with my show. You shot well tonight, Zack, though I would not have minded dying by your hand. How could I shoot you? You're my mentor. Thought you might say that. If I went home without shooting anything, what would you have done then? Then, of course, I would have given Valant his chance. If I had shot you in the forehead instead, then it would have been over. You would have fucking killed me. That's it. If you or Valant were to shoot me in the head, then to the darkness I would go, and my art with me. Nigga really said, hey, if you want to keep the power, you gotta know not to shoot me. And Valant just came in, hey, how about I just fucking shoot him? Like, what? Come on, Border. Ah. Yet this ending, too, gives me no cause for regret. I thank you, Zack. And I'm sorry. I've done much that was wrong in my day. Seems to me that Magnifi wanted you to be his successor all along. That's why the time he gave you was earlier than Valent's. Perhaps, but it is not something we will ever know for sure. I wonder, what is Valent up to these days? Waiting for you to die. If 7 years pass like this, the performance rights go to him. Ah! And now here I am. And his dream is ended. It's worse than that, actually. Public opinion's a fickle thing, you know? What? You don't mean to tell me they've put the blame on our mentor's death on him? The trial ended when you vanished, Mr. Zack. There were even rumors that Valent helped you pull it off. That's madness. Well, it seems that before I can once again disappear from this world, I have one more act to perform. Isn't it odd that sorting out my life should prove so complicated? Even though I'm dead? Yep, and we're done at the Borscht Bowl Club. That night, Zack Gramarye was killed. He died as Shady Smith, a mysterious traveler with a secret past. But he left one thing behind before he parted. This. Ooh. Neat. His confession to use his eye saw fit. Of course, he killed no one. This is his way of tying up loose ends with his old partner, Valent. Right. Neat. Alright, well, let's go see Valent. Getting ready for his show. Present day Sunshine Coliseum. Well, this is a blast from the distant past. Long time no see, Mr. Valent. 7 years has it been? Frankly, I didn't think I'd ever see you again. Actually, I came because there's something I want to ask you. I've spoken to the press. I've nothing more to say. I've spoken to a lot of people myself and come to some conclusions. But then I realized I needed to hear it from you. How did he age so much in 7 years? The fucking guilt got to him. He knew he killed him. And it was eating him inside. I have walked a difficult road these past 7 years. Because he couldn't perform Magnifi's repertoire. Do not be deceived. Valent's skill is the real deal. I do not require my mentor's hand-me-downs. No, it was my partner who slowed me on my way. Zack Gramarye. His rather well-performed disappearing act 7 years ago was the end. Or so I thought. Zack Gramarye murdered our mentor, fled to escape punishment for his crime. You said something to that effect 7 years ago, didn't you? I remember it as if it were only yesterday. Yet, that was not the way of it in the end. For while he vanished, the suspicion upon my own person never did. His partner Zack vanished to protect him. That's what those thieving magpies of a press said. Thieving magpie. What the hell? Oh, but when I said it, you said he ain't aged that much? I still don't think he aged that much. He got a fucking mustache. He's got crow's feet and a mustache now. Looks fair for 7 years. It doesn't look that much older. He's not old, come on. How old is he? It's time for me to be wrong. He's pretty fucking old, never mind. That's my bad. Yet that very same press comes to me now, feigning interest. They cover the greatest magic show in history as if it were a vaudevillain distraction. And here I must stand, smiling at them all. What am I, if not a player in some fiendish farce? Might I suggest it's because you never made clear what happened? Magnifi's death is still a mystery to this day. Which is why I came here to get the answer from you. Cyclock time. He's fairly old, but looks pretty fair for 37 to 44. Yeah, I agree with that. The audience has no business stepping upon the stage. They must be content to sit and stare at the spotlight. Sounds an awful lot like something I heard 7 years ago. Shut up, nigga. Your music doesn't get to play. It's Magatama time. Magnafie's death.
Ask what you will, you'll get nothing from me.
I'm as much of a part of this affair as you are now. I have to know what happened. 7 long years I have endured.
Now, finally, the curtain lifts on my new golden age. All the miracles of our troop within my grasp.
Sorry to do this, Valiant, but right now I need answers. I think I'll start by dropping a bomb. That should shake things up. Valiant, I wouldn't be so sure about those miracles. Not as long as I have this. Transferal of rights.
And what might that be? I see it bears the Grand Marie seal.
Should have brought this to your attention sooner. But I didn't imagine you'd be planning your comeback quite so fast.
What is this?
A document showing the true recipient of the performance rights to Magnafie's miracles.
What? Zack Gramarye? He wrote this? He passed everything to his daughter?
Trucy Enigmar. Actually, she's officially my daughter these days.
Preposterous. Zack is gone. Vanished into the void.
This is a genuine article. Zack was alive when he wrote this. Both myself and the notary can testify to this.
Wow.
Break the lock. Yeah!
Why does fate toy with me so? Why must my life be lived in thrall to the dead?
You're not the only one with that problem.
But he shot Magnafie. Yes, it was Zack, it was. And then he left. And my career as a magician fell into darkness.
Why was fate capitalized? Grand Order niggas. Do you think there might be some way out of it? Say, if you could prove Zack Gramarye shot Magnafie, is that why you testified?
Yes, my way out. It should have been my way out.
Well, it might not be too late, Valiant. All you need is a way to prove your case. Who really killed Magnafie Gramarye? Well, since he's dead, I don't think you'll really care. I believe I have the answer to your prayers right here. Zack Gramarye wrote one more thing before passing on.
But this is a confession.
In which he admits to the killing of Magnafie Gramarye. See? All according to your plan.
I am a magician by trade. Deception is my life's work.
I know, buddy.
I fool the audience, give them a fleeting dream. Yet, it seems the tables have turned. I am the audience now, believing the deceptions I have wrought upon myself.
Zack wrote this right in front of me. After I explained your situation to him.
Halakazoong!
Oh, well, here we go, buddy. Let's talk.
You do know that this confession is nothing but lies.
Yeah? It's my opinion that Zack Gramarye killed no one.
Then you must be thinking the truth is a simple matter of elimination. 2 received instructions to kill, but if one is innocent, then the one who remains is guilty.
That would be the logical conclusion, yes.
So he vanished to protect me, his partner. A stirring tale, 'tis true.
Did you shoot Gramarye in the forehead?
If I had, and I told you, what would you do? Run to the police, perchance? Do as you will. There is nothing left for me now. It is true, after all. I have little talent. I needed my mentor Magnafie's repertoire. It was as if a little demon grabbed a hold of me.
I knew it. The Valiant Gramarye did kill the great Magnafie.
So sorry, Mr. Wright. But it was not I who shot my mentor.
What? But if it wasn't you, then who was it? There wasn't another disciple, was there?
Another disciple, such as...
I don't know. Knack and Talent Gramarye, maybe? Knack and Talent, Zack and Valiant, I get it. I get it now.
Your wild fancies couldn't be further from the truth. Only Zack and Valiant received those threatening letters. But there was another. one more person who could have fired that pistol that night. I don't suppose you figured it out by now.
If it wasn't Zach or Valent who shot McAfee, then it had to be the only other person at the scene, which means... Wait, you don't mean...
Yes, the great Graham McAfee.
Okay. Suicide. So McAfee Graham Murray committed suicide?
You find it hard to believe?
To be honest, I hadn't even imagined it as a possibility.
When I arrived that night, the old man was still alive. He appeared to be asleep. I could not shoot him. But when I turned and made to leave the room, the old man called out to me.
So you spoke with McAfee Graham Murray?
Yes, and this is why I knew what he had done. McAfee transferred the rights to his repertoire to my partner, Zach, not me.
So he's not a murderer. He's just quite literally innocent. Damn, really would have helped if fucking McAfee said anything. But I guess that's his final trick. It's like poetry, it fucking rhymes. I guess I owe you an apology. I always thought you were the one who did it.
You owe me no apology. Huh? My crime was, in a way, more serious than that of murder.
What? Your crime? Is Valent Graham Murray confessing something to me? What could be more serious than a murder? Were you covering up the fact that it was a suicide?
You see, I knew that 2 letters had been sent. There are no secrets between partners. It was easy to find out. That was when I understood McAfee's plan.
He wanted to die by one of your hands.
Little did I expect it had anything to do with the rights to his repertoire. That was when I heard it. The little demon whispering inside my heart.
The demon?
Let me confess, I had intended to shoot McAfee.
Wait, but you didn't. This is stupid.
And I planned on framing my partner for the crime.
What?
That night, I had prepared something before going to McAfee's hospital room. Which was... IV fluid, of course. I'd seen it on an earlier visit. If Zach did not shoot, I would do the deed.
So, but you went to leave.
Then I would use the IV liquid to place the murder on his hands. That was my plan.
But you didn't shoot him.
I could not. The demon in my heart fled when the moment came. But then McAfee called me back.
Sorry, I'm giving my magic to Zach, not you. You still lack the draw he has. Please help him if you can.
I left the room. And then I stopped. The shock of what I had just been told consumed me. That is when I heard that fateful gunshot.
McAfee Graham Murray killing himself.
Then the demon awoke anew within me. Zach killed him, he was the one. Frame him, and the magic will be yours.
How the fuck does Kristoff play into any of this? Because for a split second there, my brain was going, okay, he killed McAfee, and he was trying to pin it on somebody, and that's why he forged the evidence. But no, what's the problem?
I altered the scene of his suicide. I took the pistol from his hand, wiped off the prints. Then I used the syringe to add IV liquid I'd brought.
So in the end, things happened pretty much as planned. McAfee died, and you framed Zach for his murder.
As planned indeed. Of course, the outcome was somewhat different than I had anticipated. Well, what do you think? Do you believe my story? Can it be believed, truly?
That was 7 years ago. I don't know what to believe. But...
Yes?
Glad I heard it from you, Mr. Valent. Thank you.
It is I who should be thanking you, Mr. Wright. Only when I had lost everything I could I make my decision.
You going to turn yourself in?
My partner may have vanished, but not so my guilt. As my guilt stays, all else begins to leave me. My friends, my performance rights, my magic. I've had enough of vanishing acts.
I understand.
I thought my life was ruled by a dead man. But I find I was wrong. For Zach Remery was alive. Well, not anymore. And now it occurs to me, what if he was not the only one who survived? What do you mean? You see, now that I think about it, I realize that we never saw proof of her demise. We never saw her body. Her? The mind races and the mouth flaps on. My apologies. Forget this matter. I can only hope the day will come when I meet my partner, Zach Remery. Then I shall apologize for my terrible mistake. I'm glad we had this chance to talk. Thank you. Yeah, come on, Phoenix. Who could it be? Somebody that they thought was dead? Come on, Phoenix. Zach Remery, Shady Smith, whichever name you prefer, he is no longer with us. The truth revealed in that trial was only a sliver, and the impenetrable darkness that remained had taken another life. I knew what I'd have to do to push back the darkness for good, and it would involve paying that man a visit. Let's go yell at Kristoff. How about that? Check mark. There we go. Now let's open up these black locks. Sorry, sir. Prisoner Kristoff Gavin is currently occupied. I see. No one will be finished? Well... Could you go find out? Certainly, sir. Please wait here a moment. My apologies to the guard, but there's something I need to see. Yeah, no, let Kristoff come back in here. Like I won't beat his ass. There it is, the yellow envelope. And the sender is... Drew Misham. I was right. Yep. Wait, so Phoenix is in the courtroom for this? He was just chilling in the crowd? Sick. This is the last letter that Drew Misham wrote. Then there's something I need to do. The last thing I need to do, in fact. Here goes, and yep, there's the stamp. Let's see if this atrocinine spray finds anything. Do we already finish the investigations from the past? Yeah, those went by actually pretty quick. I really hate that I have to click here again. I thought that was a little animation. So this was Drew Misham's Messenger of Death. Interesting. Blazing Springs, California. I assume that this is not a real place, nor a real address, but it is time to look it up now. We have 424 Apple Street, Blazing Springs, California. Nope. Blazing Springs does not exist. Damn it. But what is zip code? Nine 6012. Tennant, California. So what if we just replace it? 424 Apple Street, Tennant, California. Nope, doesn't exist. There's an Apple Street in Santa Clarita, California, but the area code is or the zip code is 91321. Interesting. Also, it doesn't look like there's a 424 Apple Street. There's a 424 California Street in El Segundo. There is an Apple Street in Santa Clarita. It looks like they just took a whole bunch of California and just smushed it together. That's pretty cool. It was this stamp, all right, no mistaking it. And his last letter was sent to Kristoff Gavin. Gotcha. The interviewer request came, like you said it would, and they're looking into the case. I swear on my life I won't tell them about you, so please release the spell you've put on my daughter. I'll write later with a report. What's this? A burglar in jail? Gavin, I didn't know you moonlighted in larceny, right? Gavin, there's something I have to ask you. Can I steal your stuff? The answer is no. My apologies, but there's not much I care to discuss. Vermisham hasn't received her verdict yet. You follow me, Gavin? You can't do a head shake quite like Miles Edgeworth. You stop right there. There are no known survivors of atroquinine poisoning, but it never hurts to hope. Okay, I'll be leaving now then. Right, wait. Yeah, Gavin? Would you mind leaving that letter? It's private. Oh, sorry. Forgot I had it. Many thanks. Whoa. What's this? Oh, that's the fucking thing on his beanie. Neat. Hey, Phoenix. So you're doing Dual Destinies after this, then when we get to the Edgeworth games. I'm doing Dual Destinies after this, probably going to do Spirit of Justice, and then probably RE3 Remake, because I still want to do that, and then we're probably going to go to, then we're probably going to move on to Investigations. So we're going to be finishing up the second trilogy, then potentially a break, or a break between Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice, and then Investigations. So we've got a lot on the docket. We've now seen all the clues in this case. Clues I've gathered over 7 long years. Now it is time. Every story has an ending. We've come to the final chapter, the final trial. Find the truth. You're the only ones who can. Pog me? Is he talking about Pog me? To be continued. Is it trial time? Let's hit it. Well, let's go. Welcome to court. If your insurance to die gets any new installments during that time frame, where does it rank in terms of priority? I'll probably expedite that. If during the entire, because the latest chapter came out, like I said, in February, and before that, the previous part came out in, I think, July of the previous year. So it's one part trial 2. Yep, great. Better be a long ass trial. But if by miracle, if Your Turn to Die comes out during anything that we have planned, I'm probably going to drop what we're doing, play Your Turn to Die, and then go back to whatever else we were doing. Welcome to court. 7 years, all leading to one verdict. A verdict which you must decide. Is the defendant Vermisham innocent or guilty? The courtroom doors are opening and the trial awaits. Are you ready to begin? Courtroom number 3, preparations complete. That's pretty neat. Wait. Oh, I have to click this. Never fucking mind. I was like, is it gonna... Did I lag out? Like, what, did the game break? Something inside me. Rising. Surfacing. But based off the time frame you just told us, earliest we can assume is probably September. Yeah, assuming the Chapter 3, Part 1, Section B is, like, as the same length. October 9th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. Court is now in session for the trial of Vermisham. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution's ready to rock. Prosecutor Gavin, how is the defendant, Vermisham's condition? Acute atroquinine poisoning, according to her physician. She could die at any time. Thus, her absence from the courtroom today. What? They can't put her on trial without being here. It is unusual. They should wait for her to get better and do it then. It's so bureaucratic of them. That's being a little harsh. They can't delay the trial any longer. Or they risk having no one left to try. A trial without a verdict can only cause grief. The records of this case and experience tell us. Apologies to the defendant, but the show must go on. Right, if Vera dies, the trial will be cancelled. I'm not going to let that happen. Mr. Wright told me everything that's been going on behind the curtain all these years. I'm going to get Vera her innocent verdict while there's still time. Very well. Your opening statement, Prosecutor Gavin. The prosecution's case is unchanged by recent events. Why did Vera Misham succumb to poisoning? Because she couldn't live with the guilt of what she'd done. But Vera was poisoned with atroquinine, the exact same poison that took her father's life. What better confession could you ask for? Being the killer, she would have access to the poison. Significant since it's rather hard to come by. That is true. In other words, I see no need for further discussion. We could have had our verdict yesterday. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no objections, I see no reason to postpone a verdict. What we need to worry about isn't the verdict, but the trial itself. The defense holds that Vera Misham is the victim, not the killer. If that's so, then you have to prove something. She was in court giving her testimony before us. And she fell back. How do you propose her killer poisoned her? Oh, and incidentally, it would be nice if you told us who her mysterious killer was. Well, is the nail polish bottle. Prosecution's objection is sustained. I ask the defense to prove its claims to this court. Tell us how Vera Misham was poisoned. I've got two things to prove here. Who did it and how? Which first? Well, let's show how. How did the killer poison Vera Misham? I will focus first on the method used. Any comments before we begin, Prosecutor Gavin? Not a bottle or container of the poison was found on the defendant's body. I see, so the vector of poisoning is unknown. Is the defense prepared to prove how the poison reached Vera Misham? Yes, Your Honor. Very well. What method was used to poison Vera Misham? Nail polish. So, if it's actually nail polish, then there's poison in the nail polish, which is kind of crazy. But if that's the case, I'm also still right. Fuck you, it was poison in there the whole time. I'd like to give whoever designed that a hand. Is that nail polish? It's colorless. Ah. Something the matter? No, nothing. Nothing at all. So the killer put poison in this bottle and made her drink it? As Prosecutor Gavin has told us, this is nail polish. Why the fuck would she be drinking nail polish? Nail polish? It's like paint for nails. Know any women with red nails? Ah, my wife has red nails. I see, so she's been painting them all this time. Judge, come on. Let's recall yesterday's trial. Remember when Vera was testifying to the court? Court is now back in session. Yeah, she was biting her nails. Neat. Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically oh, okay. That's what it was. Neat. Whenever Vera became nervous, she had a habit. Biting her nails. Her nails. Ah! Prosecutor Gavin? When the prosecution had Vera examined, did they check her nails? Why, well... Bailiff, have them check the defendant's nails at once. Mr. Justice. Yes? Do you know who did this? Do you know who put poison in that nail polish? Yes, I do. That bottle belongs to Vera Misham. Why do you ask? Know someone else who might have a bottle like this? No? Just checking. Mr. Justice, we're about to accuse someone of poisoning that bottle of nail polish. Please dispense with the chatter. You realize the weight of this accusation. Here, let me show you. Understood, Your Honor. No problem. I know what I'm doing this time. Judge did get fooled by Furio Tigre acting as Phoenix Wright. Yeah, we knew he was dumb. Then let us ask. Who poisoned Vera Misham via her nail polish? Well, he's right there. Currently incarcerated at the Central Prison for the murder of Shady Smith. That's crazy. What's this? Christoph Gavin? Yes? Objection! Clavier. What's your game? My bro, there's no way he could do a thing like that. You should know that better than anyone else. Indeed. He is behind bars. I know. However, that doesn't mean it was impossible to do what he did. What? Ask yourselves when he put the poison in the bottle. It could have been yesterday, it could have been a month ago. Maybe it was a year ago. Or perhaps it was 7 years ago. But Christophe Gavin had no motive for killing this poor girl. Au contraire, mon frère. It's simply inconceivable. Prosecutor Gavin doesn't seem to think so. That face tells me one thing. Christophe Gavin's own younger brother doesn't find it inconceivable at all. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, if you feel there's a clear and pressing need, we may have to summon Christophe Gavin from jail as a special witness. Fine. I've known for some time that an impenetrable darkness lurked at the bottom of this. A darkness that has swallowed even myself. Okay, the defense wishes granted. Let prisoner Christophe Gavin take the stand. Bailiff, begin proceedings to call a special witness. The witness is Christophe Gavin, currently residing in solitary cell 13 at Central Prison. Y'all got him here fast. Damn. Ah, Your Honor. How nice to see you again. It's been quite a while, hasn't it? To what do I owe the pleasure of your company? It's not every day I'm summoned from my solitary cell. In fact, it's never. I think you already know, Mr. Christophe Gavin. Ah, Mr. Justice. I hear you've been doing quite well for yourself. Why do I feel like somehow he's still my boss? Stiff upper lip, Apollo. You can do it. Does this bottle look familiar? Ariadne nail polish. Why, yes. I use it myself. As did the late defendant, I hear. She's not dead yet. And? Was there something concerning this bottle you were to ask me about? Or you wish to ask me about? I mean, a little bit. I admit I respect her for her taste in nail polish. Her taste, indeed. The nail polish was how Vera Mission was poisoned. Atroquinine, was it? You're well informed about this case, Mr. Gavin. No, your head shake does not hit. You gotta stop it. Even in solitary, much comes to my desk, and I have nothing to do but read. Well, Clavier, maybe you can explain this. You're being accused again, by him, again. And? You agree with his accusation, do you? Let's hold a proper trial, shall we? Christophe Gavin, your testimony, please. I'd be delighted. The charges against you are quite severe, Mr. Gavin. You are suspected of poisoning of the defendant, Vera Mission. Please testify on this matter to the court. Well, here we go. Poisoning Vera. Owning the same nail polish does not a murderer make. I've been in solitary confinement for half a year. How could I poison her? Her father died of the same poisoning, the meaning of which should be clear. The prosecution's case holds she poisoned her father, then attempted to poison herself. Surely you aren't going to suggest I was responsible for poisoning her father, too? No, I don't think you're No, I think the father accidentally poisoned himself, but you definitely poisoned Vera. You gave them the poison, you just waited. So, let's see if we can't press that. I'm afraid the defense's claim is sounding rather unlikely. Naturally. For one, I don't even know the Missions. Isn't that so, Mr. Justice? Very well, Mr. Justice, begin your cross-examination. I'm accusing Christophe Gavin, my ex-boss, but I know he poisoned the Missions. The question is, when could he have done it? Not to mention why. Poisoning Vera. Ooh. Bracelet, maybe? Maybe bracelet on that last one? What was he doing, though? Father died of the same poison. He hasn't really changed his sprite. Prosecution's case holds.
She poisoned her father and attempted to poison herself. Ah. Something with the glasses. Dog. He is shooting bullets at me. Yo, he's got a scar on his hand? Didn't even notice. So it has to be either the eyes or the hand then. I haven't seen anything. Oh, what the fuck was that? Gotcha! Yo, what? It was you who killed Drew Mission. A bluff worthy of your new mentor, Mr. Wright. Oh, really? But you see, I saw it. Right when you said her father, too. Your hand tensed unnaturally, and a little devil appeared to give me the news. And, let's assume for the sake of the argument, you saw me being tense. What does that mean? Are all tense witnesses guilty? And tell me, was Drew Mission fond of nail polish too? Sorry, but there's more than one way to poison a man. You don't need nail polish to get to someone's mouth. Then I must be very talented indeed. You see, Drew Mission was killed on October 6th. While I was already in my solitary confinement cell in Central Prison. If that's not an alibi, then I don't know what is. But you found a way all the same. And I found it too. This is how you poisoned Mr. Mission. Where to stamp? How much evidence do we have? We've got 8, 16... Okay, so we have 17 things of evidence? I thought we had more. I guess technically Phoenix has the others. Even though we have the nail polish. But, yeah, the stamp. I'm sure this commemorative stamp requires no introduction. The night Mr. Mission died, he was seen writing a letter. Atriconine was found on the stamp, Mr. Gavin. So am I to understand the stamp was the murder weapon? Yes, you are. Oh, and yes. The stamp was found in your prison cell. Gotcha, pussy. That is all, Your Honor. Surely that's it. That's it, right? That's it. You know? Order, order. Poison on the back of that stamp? After Drew Mission was killed, someone paid a visit to this witness's cell. Phoenix Wright. Daddy? That's when he found the stamp. You made Drew Mission write you a letter. That's how you killed him. What? My. You've upset my poor brother to the point of uselessness. Allow me to clarify this matter, Justice. All you need to do is recall Spark Russell's testimony. That's the thing. After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Mission sat there searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer. Stamp. No. No. He was looking for a stamp. Ergo, he had no intention of using this stamp. What are you getting at? It wasn't a murder, it was just an accident? What I'm arriving at is that the commemorative stamp was in a frame. It was a mere coincidence that he used it that night. That would seem to be the case. Or perhaps you mean to suggest that I can somehow manipulate coincidence? He does have a point. How would this witness know if the victim was going to use that stamp? Without that, he couldn't have planned the murder. What? Really, Clavier? You should be seeing through these weak-spined bluffs by now. He's right, though. How could anyone have known Mr. Mission would use that stamp that night? Least of all, Christoph Gavin locked away in his cell. Well, it seems the defense has run out of things to say. I said 2 things! Nigga, shut up! You assume he had something to say in the first place.
I believe the defense's bluff has been called. The defense's bluff. I'm not sure I agree with you there, Christophe. Clavier. Honestly, I wanted to believe you. But the defense wasn't trying to get away with a bluff. You were, Christophe. What are you saying? Prosecutor Gavin? Oh, Clavier, let's go! Hair forehead. What was your accusation again? Huh? Oh, it was that this poison stamp killed Drew Misham, yeah? To which my brother responded thusly. There was no way to know when Misham would use the stamp. Yes, that's right. Which is why it couldn't have been planned. Clavier, tell me, it needs to be planned. Why? Why couldn't it have been a coincidence? The defense's case is simply that Drew Misham died by that stamp. That's all. Coincidence. Christophe, you tried to slip out from under his accusation by changing the subject. If that's not bluffing, what is? What are you up to, Clavier? I could ask you the same question, Christophe. I silence the defense with fewest words possible. It's called efficiency. But Mr. Gavin, that's impermissible testimony. Very well. I shall take his claim head on then. Justice? What? You accuse me of Drew Misham's murder, yes? Then allow me to ask you, what possible reason could I have to kill a painter? Paulo, motive! He's talking about a motive! Thank you, Shrusi. I, could never have gotten that. Indeed, it's hard to see how an attorney could come to want to kill a painter. He was forging evidence. Are you guys... Judge! Now here's something. Why didn't he bring up the motive from the very beginning? Unless he was afraid it was a battle he might lose. So, what does it mean? It means there might be a weak spot. Maybe I have some evidence to prove a motive. Definitely do. You got the letter. A motive for murder. This is a vital, if not the most vital element in this case. Please consider this when making your statement. I'd say it's about this vital. That's pretty vital. Well, Mr. Justice, I'm going through with this no matter what. Understood, Your Honor. I'd like to present evidence. Then let's see what you have for us. What reason did Christophe Gavin have for wanting to murder Drew Misham? Well, I mean... it's either this or the actual fake evidence, right? Well, he would want to kill him because, like, if he kills him, he leaves behind the letter, unless he tells him to burn after reading, which he didn't. This is already in... everybody knows about this. But maybe he couldn't talk about the secrets of it anymore? Because this can be explained away as, oh, this is just for the, but this talks about the stamp. They both seem equally right. I think the envelope is the proper... It has to be, because that's where the stamp was. Christophe Gavin's motive becomes clear when we consider why the stamp came to Drew Misham's studio in the first place. And why was that? Forgery, Your Honor. Go back oh, could we have also presented it? Huh. Maybe it's both. It could have been both. Drew Misham accepts his first job creating forged evidence. I've seen that before. A page from a diary, wasn't it? Magnifique Remery's diary. When Attorney Phoenix Wright lost his badge. This was the evidence he presented, to his loss. This evidence is a fake, yes, but Mr. Wright did request the forgery, did Mr. Wright request the forgery be made? That was never proven. Objection! Clavier, please. The defense attorney on that case was Phoenix Wright. Who other than him, drunk with the prospect of victory, could have done it? And why would they? Just out of curiosity, do you remember this letter? This is the first page. And this is the second. was presented in court yesterday. This letter was sent by Drew Misham to Drew Misham by the client who requested forgery. The unclosed stamp was none other than the poison commemorative stamp. Drew Misham drew his last breath, get it? Just the other day. However, the motive for his murder was already 7 years old. 7 years old? The client who requested this forgery was very cautious. He tried to erase anything and anyone with connections to the forgery. To keep them from talking? But he made a mistake. Yep. They didn't think, or he didn't think that she'd hold on to it. Big mistake, idiot. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. Killer's time bomb was delayed. The poison stamp was sealed within a glass frame, where it sat for 7 whole years. Hair forehead, do you understand what you're telling us? The one who schemed up the forged diary page was the one who poisoned the stamp. And it was Phoenix Wright who presented the forged evidence 7 years ago. Adding the two statements together, the one who schemed to kill Drew Misham was none other than Phoenix Wright. Tell the truth. Sorry, but that's not how this is gonna go down. Oh, then how will it go down? I checked through the records of that case when I found this. 7 years ago, just before the trial began. Yeah. How nobody else stumbled upon this truth is a miracle. But we're used to miracles in the last trial. Let's go! And one more thing. Yep. I won't lie, I screenshot. Sorry, but that's not how this is gonna go down. It would probably be good. Yeah, we got all this. All we did was play cards. Phoenix Wright was put on the case the day before the trial started. He didn't have time to request a forgery. The day before? Now here's a question. Just who was Shady Enigmar's previous defense attorney? Oh, no. You know. No. Don't tell me that's the reason why. No. This can't all be. But it is all true. There was another man, a defense attorney with a badge on his collar. It was you, Christoph Gavin. Seems like a great place for overtaking. Order. What is the meaning of this, witness? I mean, defendant, or former lawyer? Let me begin by denying this. It's easy enough to look up, Mr. Gavin, and impossible to prove if you can't. Attorneys are registered with the court the day before the trial begins. In other words, no record remains in the court. How exactly did you intend to prove Phoenix Wright's claim? That would be difficult. I'm afraid this line of inquiry won't yield. Objection! Oh. Hair forehead. Are you sure you don't have evidence? Ooh. What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks claiming. Evidence. Evidence that shows this man, Christoph Gavin, requested that forgery 7 years ago. Clavier. Just prove it. Clear up these doubts now, or I swear I'm off this case. He must have thought of some evidence, Apollo. Prosecutor Gavin looks like he's in physical pain. That darkness. I have to pull that darkness out of him. And proof is the only way I can. What proves Christoph Gavin's link to Drew Misham? I don't know, the fucking letter in his goddamn cell. Well, Mr. Justice, you claim Christoph Gavin requested a forgery of Drew Misham's 7 years ago. Prove it. It can be proven. simply ridiculous. Why even discuss it? This evidence does not.
Objection!
Are you telling the truth, Apollo Justice? I am. Then, I say we give him the benefit of the doubt. Very well, but if you're wrong about this, be prepared for a penalty.
Objection!
Oh, his objection comes back. Your Honor, do the defense an injustice. Mr. Justice is clearly passionate about his claim. Should the penalty not match his passion? Oh. Yeah. Consistent lack of bad bitches in this game is giving me Franziska withdrawals. Yeah, all we really have is the blind MILF. I haven't given a penalty like that in a long time. Well, Mr. Justice. Fine, Your Honor. All I have to prove is any kind of link. Something that ties Christoph Gavin to Drew Mission. And I have something that clearly does the job. Very well, Mr. Justice. Present your evidence. Show us a link between our witness and Drew Mission. Bink. This evidence proves there's a link.
Objection!
That scrap of paper? I'm afraid I can't let you submit that. The blind MILF who can sing a song with her mouth full? Yeah, okay then. You didn't need to go there, but you went there. Is there some problem? There is. How could you possibly have that? You couldn't. Hey, that's Daddy's handwriting. Emma is cute. Yeah, Emma and Lamoureux are the only two. That's pretty much all we got. Mr. Wright's handwriting. What is the meaning of this? Huh, I see now. Yes, of course. What do you mean by of course? I just remembered I had a visitor yesterday. Phoenix Wright came to my cell, except I wasn't there. So, Phoenix, it do not matter. It do not matter. Because, this is, how would he know it's a fake? Quite literally, it's coming back. Quite literally, it's, hey, how'd you know it's a fake? You must have the real. Oh no. Phoenix Wright. When I returned, I saw he had something of mine in his possession. Of course, I had no intention of letting him get away with reading my private mail. Mail? You mean this letter was in your cell? No. However, it appears Mr. Wright has yet to be cured of his forging habit. Well, if it's a forgery, it's not a very good one. The handwriting's terrible. This is Mr. Wright's reproduction of what was written in the real letter. Reproduction? When Mr. Wright visited Christoph Gavin's cell, he brought with him a small video camera. What? Oh, dude, look at his face. He is pissed. Yeah, Emma's nice looking, but if you had a choice between Emma and Lamoureux, I'm taking Lamoureux every day of the week. Also, neither of them are Franziska. What? He recorded his entire conversation with you, Mr. Gavin, and the contents of your personal mail. Oh, regardless, this mockery of a piece of evidence will never be accepted by the court. Evidence is based on a video what a man with no authority whatsoever claims he took. A man who happens to be an ex-attorney suspected of forgery. Prosecutor Gavin? Prosecutor Gavin? As embarrassing as this is for me to say, I'm afraid my brother is incapable of making rational judgments at the moment. Your Honor, your decision, please. Defense's claim is denied. You motherfucker! What? Only actual evidence permitted in a court of law. Yeah, no, a man that has been found guilty of murder, his evidence can go through and he can deny our evidence, but, you know, whatever. Fuck me, I guess. So, here we go. Please remove the defense's evidence from the record. Better luck next time, Justice. Well, we've certainly taken a detour from our cross-examination. Y'all letting Franz whip you? Yes. I'm forced to end the cross-examination of Christoph Gavin at this point. Apollo, do something. I'm thinking, but without evidence, I don't have anything I can use on him. Very well, this ends the special witness's cross-examination. Clavier? Let's go! The show's over, yet the crowd screams for more. Only now do I understand why. Prosecutor Gavin. Frankly, I'm relieved. This has been bothering me for 7 whole years, and I'm tired of the whole youthful angst scene. Now's our chance. Let's clean out the family closet, eh, Christoph? Clavier, you're spinning out of control. Calm yourself before you say something you'll regret. Spinning out of whose control? Mine or yours? Let's go! His last name is Gavin. Desiree was okay, but Desiree's happily married to Mask Damask. Take a moment to consider everything you've built. Your reputation as a prosecutor, your fame with the masses. You could lose it all, Clavier. Apollo, did you see that? He's trying to press Prosecutor Gavin. Prosecutor Gavin, try to remember what's really important to you. You amuse me here, Forehead. I couldn't forget what's really important to me, even if I tried. In fact, I haven't. Not even once. 7 years ago. Why'd you open with that? Yep. Okay. Yeah. You didn't do that for fame. You did that because you wanted this. Yep. Yeah. Didn't you find anything unnatural about it? Unnatural? Well, you did seem unusually well prepared. I mean, Mr. Wright had only just presented his evidence. And the next moment you call in Drew Mission. It was almost as if... Almost as if what? No. Funny, it didn't even occur to me to wonder. But now that I do, I see there's only one possible explanation. Almost as if from the very beginning, you knew Mr. Wright was going to present that evidence. Correct. I knew that if I applied the usual pressure, Phoenix Wright would eventually come up with that forged diary page. Don't do this, Clavier. I knew because you told me, Christoph. Of course, tell the truth! Yeah! It was the night before the trial. Clavier? Christoph, odd seeing you at the prosecutor's office the day before the trial. I won't be appearing in the trial, actually. Huh? Why not? I won't be facing off with you on your first trial, apparently. But in exchange, I brought information. Information? The attorney who'll be there in my place tomorrow is not to be trusted. Don't even give him the benefit of your respect. Listen, I want you to call in a special witness. Then... Dog. I wondered about it at the time. How did Christoph know so much? Prosecutor Gavin. Christoph, we were supposed to face each other in that trial. A fair fight, brother to brother. I deserved that much. You let me borrow the victim's belongings. You showed me all your research on the case. The victim's belongings? Which would have included Magnafie's diary, wouldn't it? Mr. Gavin? My, Clavier. You disappoint me. You find trees, yet miss the forest. You're the one missing the forest, Mr. Gavin. You can't sweep this under the rug. Not anymore. Tell me what was going on behind that trial. Why not? I've achieved what I've came here to do. I see no harm in a little reminiscing. Apollo, I think we're finally going to shine a light on the black belly of this thing, Trucy. We've done everything we could. I hope it's enough. 7 years ago, the day before the trial. I visited the detention center at the request of my client, Zach Gramarye. Two cards. Okay, but if Kristoff got thrown off the case the day before, then he was gonna fully forge a win versus Clavier if he had that page ready. Yeah, exactly. If it was to literally just beat him, we need to figure out, okay, so why you lose, Gavin? Thanks for the work, now go. To be honest, I don't know what his reasons were to this day. So, he was going to, like, what reason does he have to beat his brother? Is it because his brother was a rock star? Like, is that really it? As far as I could tell, he dismissed me as his representation because I lost in a game of poker. I can come to no other conclusion. Daddy used to say something. If you want to know a man, you have to compete. Zach wasn't watching his points or the cards. He was watching the man behind the cards, Kristoff Gavin. He didn't even say, "You just bad at poker." He said, "Hey, you suck as a person. You're a bona fide loser. Get out of here." I couldn't believe it. Phoenix Wright? A second-rate attorney who relies on luck and bluffs. He dismissed me and went with that pitiful excuse for a man. He deserved to die for that error alone. Hold it. So the one who requested the forgery was... Oh, I'm not admitting to anything. My point is, these two men shamed me, and I could not forgive that. Phoenix Wright and Zach Gramarye both deserved what they got. So you asked Mr. Mitchum to forge that evidence, so you could win. But then when you were dismissed as Zach Gramarye's attorney, you used your forged evidence as a trap. You fed me information about the forgery you made. Then you gave your dirty evidence to him. You're free to imagine what you will. My point is that all that I had imagined came to pass. Everything went perfectly. Incredible. If I wasn't laughing, I'd weep. Like, I can believe Kristoff is selfish enough to just forge a win. Yeah, but he tried to forge a win when he got kicked off the case. He had that forged evidence used to Phoenix's downfall. He then 7 years later went to kill the man that was supposed to be on trial for what? He was going to go back into hiding anyways. This game sucks. Perfectly. You're mad, Kristoff. Stop fooling yourself. What are you talking about, Clavier? Tell me, how did that trial end? Cancelled when the defendant vanished. Ah, I get it. So, Kristoff, you've been living in fear for 7 years. What? You were afraid your forgery would be revealed and your reputation trashed. You couldn't leave things to chance, so you watched everyone involved with the case for 7 years. Yep. Alright. Kristoff is a sore loser. It's not even a sore loser. He's a big old pussy. Wait just a minute. Zach Gramarye was seen by this reporter? How was that possible? Is he alive after being gone 7 years? Finally. I knew this moment was coming. I just didn't think we'd get here so fast. Is that literally what fucking, what Clavier says to, what Kristoff says? No, it's not. Manfred von Karma was hyper petty. But he didn't lie in wait for 7 years to try to cover up forged evidence. He was recovering from a gunshot wound. Kristoff has no excuse. Zach Gramarye gone missing for 7 years. Trucy's father. No, right? He was waiting for 15? Exactly. Yeah, no. Manfred was recovering from something, though. He was literally coming to live with a bullet inside of him. Manfred got sauce. Kristoff Gavin sucked. What's wrong, Apollo? Get him. Right, leave it to me.
Allow me to refresh the court's memory. 6 months ago, Christoph Gavin was charged with murdering a mysterious traveler. I remember him quite well. Shady Smith, was it? Poison in a Chinese restaurant. Tragic. No, he was... The details don't really matter right now. What matters is that traveler was Zach Gremery. Recovering for a few months. He was devising a plan. Christoph had no excuse. What is it, Apollo? Huh? Keep going. We'll talk about it later. Good shit, Trucy. Did she already know? Phoenix had to have told her at some point. Someone please explain this. Mr. Justice, can you explain this? It all started 7 years ago. The great magician Magnifique Gremery's death started. Magnifique Gremery's death and his student Zach Gremery the suspect. Whoever defended Zach in court successfully would be famous beyond belief. Thinking that Christoph Gavin did the unthinkable, he forged evidence. Actually, it was his daughter, Vera, who really did the work. You took precautions when you had that forgery made, didn't you, Mr. Gavin?
Precautions? To keep people from talking, of course.
These two know too much. Leave them alive and there'll be nothing but trouble. That's when you plan your poisoning of the forgers.
Atroquinine.
Applied to a commemorative stamp. But luck was on Mr. Misham's side. The bomb didn't go off.
His daughter. She saved him by taking the stamp. I see.
So, literally, Drew Misham died due to fucking random chance. If he had a stamp in that room whatsoever, he would have been fine. Drew Misham would be alive, Vera would have been fine, none of this would have happened. Damn, this shit kind of goes to ass in the 4th act. That wasn't the only bomb he set up.
The Ariadne nail polish, of course.
You noticed something when you requested that forgery. When Vera Misham is nervous, she has a bad habit. A tendency to bite her nails. Ah! That nail polish was her good luck charm.
Yep. She gets scared unless she has that nail polish on.
Right. The letter, he sent the letter telling him to use the enclosed stamp. Yes, however, he couldn't use the stamp because Vera was like, no, I really like that stamp. Can we keep it? And so they put it in the frame. The only reason he used that stamp is because, like when Brushel said, when he went over to do the interview, he was looking for a stamp. Right? Wait, hold on. Let me read the letter from Misham. Excuse me, the letter from Mr. Right now. Wait, what? Huh? I guess it makes sense. It would show a connection if it was. And for the killer, it was kind of the murder weapon. What? Oh, good point. How sneaky. Murder by mail, that's a scary thought. What is it? Also, maybe I'm crazy that doesn't say Christoph Gavin. I think Phoenix knew that. Oh, I thought the letter was fresh and he just put it in the red envelope when Brushel came along. No. Yeah, no. So that red envelope, that came to him 7 years ago. The stamp was in there, and he was going to use it to send a letter back, to send the receipt back, right? But Vera said, no, I like that stamp that has my favorite magicians on it. So they kept it, put it in a frame. 7 years pass, that interview was going to happen, and when Drew finds out that he's going to be interviewed, he writes a letter to Christoph while he's in jail. So he's getting the letter sent and ready to go, and he doesn't have a stamp. So he takes the only stamp he has at the time, which is the commemorative one in the frame, licks it, puts it on the envelope, it goes. Guillotine. So no, it was complete random happenstance that this even happens. Because if he had another stamp in his apartment or studio, whatever you want to call it, he could have put that stamp on the letter, sent it off. He doesn't die. Vera doesn't have to come into court and testify. She doesn't get nervous. She doesn't bite her fingernails. She doesn't poison herself. Obviously, the truth doesn't come out about Kristoff, but the fucker was in prison anyway. It didn't matter. She won't tell me what it was. It was from that client, the one who wanted that note made. Yeah. It was his insurance. Insurance? As long as she lived quietly at home, there was no danger to her. But what if she had to go outside? If she ran into any trouble, she'd become nervous, and the nail polish would do the rest. His time bomb sat there for 7 years, and then they went off almost simultaneously. Yeah, this is a little bit rough. If you're finished, may I return to my cell now? I'm not accustomed to standing for such long periods of time. Mr. Gavin, have you heard a single thing we've said? Oh, I listened quite closely to your little tale. Quite an entertaining piece of fiction. What? Clavier, surely you understand. We're back to the evidence. The lacking evidence. What? Nothing proves... No, Am I going crazy? Is my brain like is there a singularity? I'm starting to get a fucking headache. Oh my god. We just did. Come on. Objection! Thank you. What about the restaurant? You killed Zach Gramery to keep him from talking. I killed no man of that name. Read over the report again if you'd like. The victim was a traveler by the name of Shady Smith, whom we know little else about. You can't seriously think that he was that particular fugitive? Okay, then why did you kill him? I plead my right to remain silent. Remember, this court did not convene to put me on trial. The defendant's name is Vera Mission, suspected in the murder of her father. My trial's been finished for 6 months. I'm afraid we have strayed considerably from our purpose here. This court concurs with the witness. It is defendant Vera Mission who is on trial here. No, but you were doing so good, Apollo. As long as there is no evidence to support the accusation against him, this course of inquiry cannot find Vera Mission innocent. Phoenix, please. I know you're back there. Stand up. Stand up right now. Come on, buddy. Objection! Fuck, it's me. Your Honor, Phoenix Wright spent 7 years collecting this evidence. Objection! You still don't get it, do you? Let us assume there was poison in the nail polish. Who then was responsible for causing Vera Mission to bite her nails? What? It wasn't me. I know that much. The one who brought that poison to her lips was you. You can't spin this like that. You cannot. Because we brought her into court, it made her nervous and made her want to bite her nails. Evidence is everything. There is nothing more. I believe this discussion has reached its conclusion. Your Honor. Mr. Justice, you performed admirably well for a novice attorney. Yo, keep talking shit! You want to play some poker? Put your entire life on the line? I respect your partner Phoenix Wright's determination as well. However, without direct proof, you have nothing. Isn't that right, Clavier? Unfortunately, yes, Kristoff, you're right. That is, you would have been right until now. Here we go.
What? Did the news not reach your desk in solitary? The eyes of the nation are on this courtroom today. This is the trial case. Oh, is the jury gonna fucking... Okay. Okay, I'm gonna lose it. That's right. I totally forgotten. The juris system. Jurist, you say? The current judicial system has been deemed too closed off from society. This new system attempts to inject the wisdom of common citizens into the law. Common citizens' wisdom? Is this some kind of a joke? What can we possibly gain by doing this? Entrusting our judicial system to a mindless, emotional mob of irrational mouth breathers? Common citizens have something called common sense. Common sense is not restricted by the law. Nonsense! There is only room for two in this court. Me and the law. Keep the riffraff out. Out, I say. They're not in the court, actually. They're watching everything... Oh! It's me! I'm the jury! Is literally... Did you know 1 out of every 4 people are gay? Well, I'm not gay. I'm not gay either, Apollo. I'm certainly not gay. How can you allow this? Incidentally, the one responsible for making this happen was Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright? Oh! So, everything was leading to this. Of course. Right. Right. Oh. Yeah? Hair undone. I won't accept. I can't accept. This is no court. Law. The law is everything. Law is absolute. You let ignorant swine soil your courts? Kristoff, it's over. Clavier. The law is absolute? You can't be serious. What? Odd. I thought you spent your life looking for loopholes. The law is an absolute. It's filled with contradictions. I get it. It's like poetry. It rhymes. The law is this end product of many years of history, the fruit of human knowledge. Like a gem polished to gleam through trials and errors. It is this fruit we received and pass on and face in our time. And it is always changing, growing. Nurturing it is our task as human beings. Except for you, Kristoff. You aren't changing. You've stopped. You are not needed anymore. I couldn't think of anything to say. Maybe because I still haven't seen enough. But someday I'll know what the law is. And I'll fight to change it if I have to. I see no need to further prolong this trial. This began as a trial of Vera Misham, accused of murdering her father, the painter Drew Misham. However, several other incidents were reviewed, and we seem to have reached a conclusion. Before this court declares a verdict, I await your decision. Me? Pog me? Jurist of the court. For the death of Drew Misham, how do you find the defendant Vera Misham? Innocent or guilty? I turn to you now to consider this matter. Mom, my TV went out. October 9th, 12:48 p.m., Juris Chambers. This ends the trial for this case. Only the verdict remains to be decided. Defendant Vera Misham is currently in intensive care. The decision cannot be reached today. It may never be reached. The factors involved are simple. Did the defendant poison her father that night? If so, she is guilty. Or was there another reason for Mr. Misham's death? Did another person poison him? If so, she is innocent. A panel has been provided for each of you to input your decisions. That is all. Number 6, please wait. Yes, Juris number 6? There's something in the Juris handbook here. Persons involved with the case may not be jurists.
That is correct. I've looked into all your dossiers. None of you were involved with the development of this case. Choose Tenko. With the development of the case, I see. Does that answer your concern? It's time for your verdicts. Make your decision in the case against Vera Mitchell. After 7 years, the truth is ready to be heard. Judge wisely, judge well. Oh, we're jurors number 6. Oh, hey. Oh, we're playing as Lammerrear. How can she see these buttons? That's fucked. This is fucked. Why are you like this? She was getting an operation. Oh, okay. Yeah. Never mind. I forgot. I completely forgot. Dog. That would have been so funny. She just, this is the true ending of the game. She just sits here and is like, Alright, so I assume, I'm not clicking guilty. I'm clicking not guilty. She's very clear. I'm not sending the girl to jail. It do not matter. Alright. Can I move her? Oh, I can't even move the, I wanted to move her hand around. See if we could see the other bracelet. But, fuck me, I guess. Not guilty. Guilty is just a short ending? Well, fuck it. I don't care. Oh, I see it. Of course. Okay. Alright. Yeah. So a verdict was reached on October 9th, 2:14 p.m. First verdict under the juris system. Innocent by unanimous decision. Even if she was blind, there's still only 2 buttons? Yeah? How do you expect her to read what the 2 buttons are, though? How do you know what she's going to press? The record will show that when the verdict was announced, Special Witness Christoph Gavin laughed. Laughed louder than any ever heard before, or since. A laugh that echoed in the halls of justice, lingering for what seemed like hours. October 10th, 8:30 a.m., the morning after the trial. In an intensive care ward, a true miracle occurred. Vera Mitchell opened her eyes. Yeah, I knew we'd come back here. Hickfield Clinic. Vera, I'm so glad Don't cry, Apollo. I'm happy too, and proud. You did well, Apollo. When I thought about what if Vera, Hey now, don't you start crying too. I'm sorry you had to see us like this. Vera? Thank you so much, Apollo. Thank you. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pressed you like that. If I hadn't, you would have never bitten your nails. No, I was wrong. Staying locked inside like that, clinging to my good luck charm. Vera, when I opened my eyes, I saw you. I finally understood. It's important to be a part of the world. To see things with your own eyes. Looks like that poison has some effect after all. It killed off whatever was holding Vera back from life. I knew you'd pull through, Vera. I mean, that's what Apollo was fighting for the whole time. Your future. I won't forget it. Here, let me thank you. No, really, it's okay. Ooh, look, it's me. I love it. Thanks. And now Apollo. Is that me? She really captured your essence, Apollo. Well, I think so, at least. That reminds me. Do you know where the other lawyer is? The other lawyer? Oh, you mean Daddy, except he's not a lawyer anymore. It's my fault, isn't it? I'm sorry. Oh, no, that's not what I meant. Well, Phoenix, yeah, give Phoenix his fucking badge back, by the way. Like, what are we doing here? He's not an attorney anymore? Did we not just go through a whole entire process? Give the man his fucking badge! No, it's okay. I'm through looking away from things I've done. I hope I can look him in the eyes again someday and apologize. I'm sure he'd be happy to hear that. He brought me those things for me. He brought all those things for me when he came to visit earlier. You mean that stack of videos? Mr. Wright finished watching them all? You know, I knew my real daddy was alive. Huh? I was there 7 years ago, remember? I was the one who helped him vanish from the courtroom. You did what? How? I'm not telling. He promised me that day he went away. That day he went away. May not meet again for some time, Trucy. But know this, I will be watching, and one day I shall return. The next Grand Marie, after all. Oh, Trucy. In the end, he couldn't keep that promise, could he? It's okay. Phoenix is my daddy now. Even if he can't really play the piano. And he can't. Oh, and I've got you too, even if your voice is kind of loud sometimes. Glad I made your list. Hey, come to think of it, where is Daddy? The one who can't play. Do you know Apollo? I think he said he had to meet someone. I wonder, maybe it's a new mommy. Dog. Show him to me. Teehee. Oh, Trucy? Yes, Farrah? I was wondering, could you show him to me once more? Sir Hat, was it? Oh, he's not been knighted yet. Here goes. Do us an impersonation, Mr. Hat.
Objection!
Not loud enough, and I like Miss Magic underwear better anyway. That's Magic Panties, Apollo. So, your memory's returned. Mr. Wright, was all this a part of you? Oh, it's gonna be fucking Lammeror. I don't know what you're talking about. When I lost... Yeah, it's even the song. Yeah. But you knew my true identity, did you not? That is why you chose me as one of your jurists. You're thinking into it too much. Besides, there was no guarantee that regaining your memory would make you happy. Of course, it is a happy thing. So imagine if Eva gave Phoenix the camera. Why is the fork floating? It's magic! For so long I thought I was alone, but now I know I have children. 2 dear children. I'm so proud of them. This too, I think, is thanks to you. You gonna tell them? They do not know? Nope. They don't know their mother. They don't even know their siblings. I will go to them when the time is right. Until then, Don't worry, I'll take care of them for you. They're very important to me, too. A little annoying at times, but still. I have to keep an eye on her, at least. Because I'm the only one who knows how she really feels on the inside. Your bracelet. Yes? I've seen a lot of mysterious things these past 7 years. But your bracelets were the strangest of all. Not your fucking Magatama, really. That's pretty crazy. I remember meeting him half a year ago now in Christoph Gavin's office. And then I met you. 2 fates destined to intertwine. I was there when they crossed. I'll never forget that. Such a small thing, that bullet, yet it tore who I was away. I just want to know what happened that caused her to jump like that. 10 years ago during a simple rehearsal, it was a miracle no one died. But I didn't survive the accident. That is why I left the troupe, my family. Now my memory has returned. I am myself once more. For the first time, I am glad to be alive, Mr. Wright. Speaking of miracles, Vermission regained consciousness this morning. I can only hope she's as glad as you are. It's a strange thing, fate. Sometimes a life is taken, sometimes a life is spared. You know what I've been thinking? People don't die that easily, really. You don't die that easily, nigga. You alone. As long as they've got something worth living for. Touching. That's pretty much the end of my story. For now, anyway. I've still got a long way to go. This power of mine, it needs some work. But there's hope now. We'd lost it, but somehow we found it again. That's why people are smiling again. Hope. Yeah. I think I'll keep this lawyer thing for a while. Oops, training time. Gotta go. Cords of steel, here comes justice. There we go. Nice. Okay. Glad you're staying with the agency, Apollo. Okay, and I can actually read these ones. It's like I found my long-lost big little brother. Oh, and don't you worry about Troop Gramarye. Trucy's on the case. Now that I have this, thanks to Daddy. Trucy Gramarye, frankly, I've got my doubts. But Hat Gramarye, now that'll pack him in. Thanks, Mr. Hat. That's a cool transition there. And we're gonna have like a whole bunch of photos on the table. It's not every day you get a trial that rocks harder than one of our gigs, yeah? That's why it's over. The Gaviners are breaking up. The news caused a run of tissues at supermarkets nationwide. You're the real stars now. I look forward to our next jam session. Alright, sick. You slept through the finale? What an idiot. Who's next? Well, it's finally over. You know, thinking about it, I've been a piano player for longer than I was a lawyer. Now that everything's sorted and I've got time on my hands, maybe I'll take some lessons. Or maybe I'll take the bar exam. Again. Sold out tissues. Gaviners predicted sold out toilet paper. Pog. So, interesting to note, Phoenix was relying on the Juris system to expose the truth about Kristoff. Hey, Emma. So, I was standing around eating snackoos the other day when I got this crazy idea. What if they were golden? You could augment the crunch, or better yet, make them ding. Ah, the power of science. Although the preservatives might not be 100% safe. This was a nice game. Olga, in the unlikely event you are wanting Russian feast, come to Borscht Bowl Club. The only thing cold in the restaurant is borscht. But if greater challenge... Oh, yeah. And come to the hideout. You know who to ask for. So are we gonna see Walkie and big wins? Show me big wins! Show me big wins. I guess. You can show me Little Plum too. So Kentucky Pastries is getting back to its eastern roots. Spread the culture and all. Yo, boss, culture time. Yeah! This is how we write Roop, capiche? We're still about giving back to the people. Yo, boss, PR time. This is how we write people, alright? Not that Walkie's paying any attention. Ugh, kids. And now we see who? We see... Will it show us Lammeror? Oh, actually Walkie. Zoid, Chinese characters on a cake was a fly idea like 3,000 years ago. Man, you want to make it today, you gotta keep it real, you know what I'm saying? That's why I made the OG cracker. For real. You made a pie. I know it don't look like no cracker, G. What, you want me to call it the OG muffin? Oh, Mr. Noodle. So the one food and that's noodles. Noodles forever. Feel like we even got Phoenix in this game. This would have been a straight up clean slate reboot game. I think a reboot game would have been fine. A separate universe where it's just Apollo. I think I would have liked that as just as much as having Phoenix included. So that's everybody from... Oh, now it's everybody. Are we just gonna get an entire, like, fucking cast? You should be in jail, by the way.
DGS is the reboot game. I thought it was an alternate universe game. Not really a reboot. Wesley Sicko reporting, yes, curiosity is a sickness and I am the cure. No, jail is the cure and you belong in there. Yeah, a spin-off. About Phoenix's ancestor or some shit like that. It's a hyper prequel. But this was okay. I mean, like I said, all it took was Kristoff having a good motive, and he did not have one. Oh! Hey, Lamaror. Yep. I will think of them when I write my next song. What was his motive? Because he got stiffed on being in the case against his brother. We don't know what his motive for doing it was. We don't know why he forged evidence. All we know is that he forged evidence to beat his brother, and when he wasn't told, when he was told he wasn't going to be partaking in the case, he was like, ah, fuck it. I'll just you know, present this evidence to my brother. So Kristoff's motive doesn't tie everything together. I feel like the story for this game is actually really weak. It's weird because I really like some of the stuff in this game. Like, the OST is my favorite. Yeah, there you go, Mr. Hat. Obviously you said what you're doing next, but I'm curious if there's DGS in the future. Potentially. I don't really have too much of a hard desire to play that as much as I do the other games. Ah, that's nice. But like, there's so much that I like from this game, like OST, characters, but like the overall story just kind of just drops off for me. So I don't know what I can really say about that. It's is whatever. But we're not done yet. Nobody said we were done yet. Let me just close Nox. What's your ranking so far? I'm gonna go 1-3, 1-3, 2-4. I feel like the overall Mystery of Apollo Justice ends up falling just a little bit flat. An update is available. Shut up, Citra. Alright, install CIA. Where is it? It's just on it. Recent files.